First hat, how about that? Second hat, thank you for that. Hurt myself a little on that one. Number 3, it's for me. Hat number 4, can we get some more? Number 5, it's time to go live.
Stream is starting. The Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions. He loves to sing. Join our Discord. Follow him.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Let's get another hat on the stack. Thank you so much for the hat redeems, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Look, we got my Rest in Peace Pluto shirt today. Today we are honoring a very special, well, what we used to consider a planet. A very special dwarf star. Dwarf meteor? What are they called now? Anyway, folks, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm having a beautiful day. I have been sleeping, but we're back at it. We're back at it. Rip Pluto. That's right, poor Pluto. Lost all its pride. Was just stripped away from being a planet for so many years. I think it's a dwarf planet. Now, there we go. Not a dwarf star. Dwarf star can't be right. That feels incorrect. Dramolks, congratulations on your number 1. That'll help you catching up slowly but surely to that moon, that pesky moon. Hope Moon is doing well, though. Shy Programmer, welcome into the stream. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for letting me know that it's a dwarf planet. Dwarf star back there would be a bit disastrous for us. Yeah, oh no! We get sucked right in. Clayman, thank you so much. Clayman with the shout out. Thank you, Clayman, for the shout out. Let's give Clayman a shout out back. Let's give Clayman a shout out back. Boom, folks. You guys don't know Clayman. I'm sure you guys know Clayman. The incredible, the fabulous, the unstoppable Clayman fighting the moon people, one moon man at a time. Snow White and the 7 Plutos, the 7 dwarf planets. That's right. Dukasoft, it's so great to have you here on this beautiful day. What type of brown star is not that bad? Maybe. I don't know. Look, I know. Look, I'm a programmer, not a starologist. I'm a programmer, not a starologist. I know all about wearing hats, but that's all I know. That's all I know. I know many, many hats. Patrick, welcome in. We are working on, can we learn something new? We're so close to finishing our space prototype. We've been learning about visual scripting so far this week. I've been learning a lot. I think I like it. Do I like it more than programming? No, but that's because I'm a recovering codeaholic. I'm a codeaholic, Patrick. Mars 9T. Thank you so much, Beard. Yeah, mess up everything's orbit, potentially, possibly. We can't just introduce a foreign body like that to our solar system. Props, I hope you've been well, my friend. What have you been working on lately? What have you been working on? It's great to have you here on this beautiful day. We out here, GitHub for the Jam. There's a link there's not a GitHub for the Jam. Tony, welcome back. But there is a, where's the button? Where's the button? Here it is. Here, oh, wrong button. There's the button. We got this here. This website, Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam, over on the itch. Oh, get that itch. Got that itch. I gotta get that coding fix. I gotta get those games in. I gotta scratch that itch. I gotta get that. I got that bug. Finalize the podcast website. Now I just have to write all the content for 20 episodes. Oof. That's a lot of episodes. Writing content. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Props Master. I had myself a good rest. We've been working on, look, check this out. We're so close to having a, Gangnam Style. Here, let's take a look at what we've been making. Here is our space shooter. It smashes all the mechanically challenged topics together. I think that, unintentional, but we're making this here. It's super easy, but we got our star field. We got our meteors. They do different amounts of damage. Boom, blam, blam. Blammo if you get hit too much. Thank you for the hat, Redeem Oryx. Put a hat on while we try not to die here. Ugh. Thank you for the hat, Redeem. Let's get a hat added to the stack. Let's go, Oryx. How the heck have you been? Here's my favorite part. Favorite part is that explosion there. We got the game over working last night. Nobody is streaming today, and I need some nerdy entertainment. Well, I'm glad you're here, Props Master. We're here. We're learning about visual script. I can't talk. I've been streaming so much, apparently I can't talk. A2, welcome back. What is the fire button? Space bar or the right mouse button? Or left mouse button? It's whatever you have it set up, so it's configurable. All right, so the fire button by default is, for me, it's just the mouse click. I think, spacebar, isn't it? We can add that in though. All right, so you fly around shooting these things. The game restarts. We've been learning about visual scripting in Unity, which I'm brand new to. So my goal is to try and learn something new every day here. I've been learning a lot of new things. On Monday, I learned just the basics of getting visual scripting. Yesterday, I learned how to do it. This is Unity. Unity visual scripting, which is pretty cool, quite easy. Easy is relative, right? What does easy mean? And I can show you the different scripts that we've written. So for example, this is the script that says when the game starts. Oh, trying to learn multiplayer in Godot A2. That sounds cool. I want to maybe that's something else I'll learn. Trying to learn a bunch of new things this month. One of the things that I think I could learn that might be worth learning would be doing some multiplayer stuff. I have a bunch of things. I want to do some GD script. I want to do Unreal blueprints. I want to do some F# game dev. I want to do multiplayer would be good. My big one that I'm going to work on for the game jam itself is Blender, doing 3D modeling and rigging, which I've never done. So I think that'll be super cool. Here's my on-game start function, or script, I guess you'd say. Sidian, great to have you here. Here, not me. Congratulations on your number 11. It's a big list of, it's all that, look, it's my never-ending list of things to learn. We'll see how many we can get through. Visual scripting was pretty high on that list because I teach a class. I taught a class this year. I taught 2 classes on Intro to Unity. One was 3D level design in Unity. Students learn about Pro Builder, making 3D levels, adding objects using prefabs. No coding, but learn about variables, conditional stuff. No programming. So it's all stuff in the inspector. And I teach a second class, which is 2D game development. So it's not level design. and students work on a couple projects in that one. The last project introduces a little bit of scripting, and about, I'd say 20% of students got completely lost during that. And the students who got lost were the ones who hadn't done any programming. I also know a lot of students, when I serve them, were intimidated by taking a class because they didn't have any programming. I would like to be able to offer a class that has a bridge from no coding to coding. And I think visual scripting may be a good way to do it. It may be a good way to do it. And so part of this journey is me learning it. I personally am so much better at programming C# that I have found there to be a little bit of a barrier. And so it's forcing myself to do it, forcing myself to understand it. And I'm having a lot of fun with it. Looks like Scratch, but harder. So there are things that I don't like about Scratch. The biggest one is the research shows that it's hard for students to transition from Scratch to Scratch to text-based coding. But there have been, get them thinking like a programmer. There is a lot of, not a lot, there are a few studies that show node-based programming gets students transferring their logic a little bit better. It's because we can transition from nodes to written code a lot easier than from Scratch to written code. And so, for example, here you can watch the flow. This is the example I keep giving people that I love. Here is my player's, let's go to my player's movement controller. My player's movement controller here is this simple, relatively simple graph, right? So these are my player's inputs. This is the example I keep giving, and I think is quite good of how you could utilize. Let me make this look. Why can't I make you bigger? All right. The downside is visual scripting takes up so much of the screen here. Habuka, welcome back to the stream. When I run this, you can see the flow of the program. You can see the flow of the program, and I think that is really cool. Yeah, so Tafaz, there is data, there's research that shows students that do use Scratch are more likely to finish and go into a STEM-based industry, tech and stuff like that. So it gets them super excited, and I think that's cool, but they struggle. This is based on an older study. Maybe it's improved these days. I think it was a 2013 study that showed students who had previously used Scratch going into university entered a programming class in Java or Python. I think those are the two languages they did. It shows that it's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible. Shows that students who had prior exposure to Scratch did worse than students who had no prior exposure to programming. And it's just because your mindset's experience. It's like me using visual scripting. The first time I tried to use it, I spent 30 minutes and went like, nope, this is a waste of time. It's you got to give it a chance. And so it's hard to give it a chance. When I was 9, and then when I started learning C# a few years ago, the book was a lie. The book was a lie. Yeah, so it can be tricky. But look at this data flow. I love this. One of the things too is watching how data is transformed over time. So we have our input axis. As I'm pressing these inputs, I can watch what the values are live during the gameplay. So for debugging, it's super cool. I can watch how this vector, so these inputs to this function, we can talk about functions like boxes. This create a vector here transforms this data in this way. The multiply is another box that transforms this and scales it. So I really like that. Can you pause Python like a breakpoint? Yeah, hit pause. And then we can step, oh, I can't do that. Yeah, so look, I can step through it one frame at a time. I can also add in debug breakpoints. So check this out. Let me add in, and let me see, can I add a conditional? Can I add a conditional? Yeah, let's do this. If, we're gonna add in an if, all right, we're gonna say if vector2 dot x, all right, is greater than or equal to. This feels, so like as a programmer, this feels harder for me. Float, so if it's greater than 8. All right, if it's greater than 8, so my speed can get up to 10 is essentially what this is. If it's greater than 8, I am going to do a breakpoint. I'm going to add a breakpoint into my program. Okay. So we're going to say if this is true, do a breakpoint. Let's rewire this. On a false, we'll just come here, and then after we're done with the breakpoint, we'll go here. Okay. So check this out. It's very verbose. It's very verbose, yes. But you can watch all of the data flow through it. So, and getting these lined up, I haven't quite figured out nice ways to do reorganization, but let's watch it. All right. So now we have a breakpoint here. I'm coming in. I go up and down. Let's see. Can I get my... Oh, I didn't connect this to a vector. Hang on. This vector here, I need to connect it to that. Okay. I wish there was a button to like automatically organize. Vector 2. Oh, it's the wrong vector still. Hang on. Hang on. So you can still write bugs. But it's kind of easy to see what I did wrong there. There we go. We just hit this breakpoint. That, yes, Solomon, I was kind of thinking about that. Like, it'd be cool to have some kind of parser that comes in, pulls it out, and does it that way. Tom, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Congratulations on your number 13. Mooniz, congratulations on your number 12. You'll see it's paused, and now I can step through frame by frame. I can step through frame by frame and watch the inputs. I can also unpause to resume, like that. So I find it quite cool. Quite cool. Debugging's pretty sweet in it. Being able to see the data flow through. I think it'll be, I don't think it is superior to code-based programming, text-based programming, personally, but that's my biased opinion, right? As a person who's been doing text-based programming for so long, for so many years, that's my biased opinion. I do think there's some merit to using it as an educational tool or for people who are intimidated. That's the one thing. I think if you're intimidated by code, this could be a great way to get you excited about. When Dots was new, I wrote a node editor showing all the differences between classes. Dots was quite a bit of a mess to see the flow, all the different dependencies each class had. Interesting. I haven't used Dots. That's another thing on my never-ending list of things to learn, right? Never gonna learn it all, but maybe someday we will. Our list will always have new things. Always have new things to learn on it. All right. So what do I want to try and do today? I think I want to finish this game up today. We're out here promoting Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam, though. If anyone isn't aware of Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam, I'm gonna have this guy explain it. I'm gonna have this guy here tell you all about it. Who's this? What is Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam? Let's check it out. Hello and welcome to Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, and Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. We put hats on together as a crew too, you know. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you just for learning something. So join the Discord, check us out on Twitch, and we hope you have a wonderful time with this game jam. We'll see you there. Mooniz, I don't know how to do the reverse engineer the search like that, but that's why we're out here every day grinding, promoting the game jam, getting people hyped, getting people excited, getting people to sign up for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I'm pretty happy. We got 31 people signed up. We can get more. We can get more out there. Remember, folks, you got to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You can learn as much as you can and have fun doing it. So just to clarify here, there's going to be 7 cash prizes. 5 of them are randomly drawn from people who submit what they learned, how they learned it. 2 people, one submitting the best written education blog about how they learned it, what they used, and another one that's the best video or podcast. So 2 $250 prizes, 5 $50 drawings. I hope you'll join. I can't wait to see who joins, what you make, what you learn. I'm so excited by it. I'm so excited by it. What's interesting, Moon, is I think, so let me open up a private browsing session. Learn You a Game Jam. Yeah, of course it comes up for me, right? Oh, it brings up the last year's. It's the second link for me, but these are all personalized based off my IP address, right? So it's so hard for me to know these days what, and this is Bing. Oh, let's try Google. Let's try a Google search. Learn You a Game Jam. Learn You a Game Jam for great fun. Learn You a Game Jam. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, for Bing finds it. Bing finds it right away. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure what I should do to reverse engineer it. Maybe we got to get people clicking on the link. I don't know. I could potentially update this to go to Learn You Again. Here's what I'm going to do. Man, we had 42 entries last year. That's crazy. Shy Programmer, I'm so glad you're in on it. Run an ad. Yeah. When I look it up, I got the 2023 one here. Let's update this. We're going to add in, set it this page here to point to the new one. All right. So we'll add at the top of this one, this jam has ended. Join the 2024 edition here. So we'll link to it. At the very least, we'll have a link to it. Can I make this font bigger? Style, font size, 4 EM. Let's try that. Is that big enough? That might be too big. Let's try that. Is that? What do you guys think? You guys think this is aggressively big, or do you think it's perfect? Aggressively big or perfect? 1's in the chat if it's perfect. 2's in the chat if it's perfect. 3's in the chat if it's perfect. You use a redirect in the page? You can't because Itch doesn't let you do scripting it. Moon is 123. It's perfect. Could be bigger, Tom Flurry. I think it's about the right size. It's a little big, but I'm going to leave it. I think it's comically large. You're the monster was a theme. That's right. That's how the Get You came through. That's how we got the Get You command. All right, Muniz, thank you at least for the heads up so I can get that in there. I appreciate that. All right. Change the text color. What color should I make it? Jam has ended. Join the 2024 edition here. Make it bright yellow. You'd think that bright yellow feels bad. Old school GeoCities wavy. Hang on, let's I can't tell what's a joke and what's not a joke these days. Let me take, all right, green. All right, let's try font, color, green. Or is it just color? Like that? Join, I'm gonna learn to work with graphics. Awesome, not sure if I'm gonna be pixel art or Blender though. I still have something to think, just color. Yeah, color. Does it work with a U? Solomon, I'm curious. Color with a U doesn't work. That feels interesting. Then set background color to blue. I think we don't background blue. Ugh. Moon, does your browser use a U for the CSS styles? That feels very weird if it does. Looking slick. It's looking good. That would be wild. I can make it blink. You think that could make it blink? What do you guys think? Should we make it blink? We might be able to make it blink. I don't know if it supports that as sign. Solomon, I'm not allowed to add that. You can't add that because it's stripped out by Itch's page. Itch won't let you redirect it. Yeah. So there are certain things that Itch won't allow you to do in their pages here. That happens to be one of them. Yeah, so it's like embedded here, so they strip out a lot of things. You can't put scripts, can't put meta stuff. And it's for your safety. Can you imagine if you're going to a game jam page and it's redirecting you off site or something like that? That'd be annoying. I'm gonna go with 3 here like this. You'll need a bunch of low frame GIFs for the GeoCities look. I wonder if one time on stream, I think we found the first website I did, which is a GeoCities website. Yeah, here, I'm gonna do it that. It feels good. Guest book and web ring, good stuff. Let me see if I can find my original website here. Ooh, cities. Let's see if we can find this here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to find it. Oh man, I used to be able to find it. Let me see if I do a hardcore search for this exactly. Too bad. That's too bad. Let me try one more thing. I'm searching off screen because there's some stuff here that might be in. And also Kamen Pantsu, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here on this beautiful day. Oh man, here we go. I don't know if I should show this on stream. We're gonna try and be as discreet with it as possible. Here's my it's oh man, that's funny. All right, I found it. I need to save this somewhere. This is hilarious. All right, where is 1 second, power tools. Let's see if I can do, I want to do it on this window. Here is my very first website that I ever made. It's weird that it says Robert's homepage at the top here. Joe's homepage. You are the nth visitor on this site. We had like a counter, my school page. Man's had the Dragon Ball Z GIF. Yeah, some of my own artwork down here. Look at this, under construction. Yeah, December 3rd, 1998. I'm interested in Dragon Ball Z. I'm 10 years old and it is in Japanimation. I didn't know it was called anime at the time. And I have memorized every show almost. There are only 56 shows. That's not true. And when I first saw the show, I thought there was probably 100 shows until I saw every show. Click here to go to the official DBZ website. Look at this crazy stuff. This is hilarious. And then this was probably to my guest book or something down here. Let's see, can I go to my my DBZ page? Oh, that's too bad. All the images are gone. All the images are gone. The old Captain Coder blogs before they existed. Yeah, this is the GeoCities site I had here. What about my graphics with an X? Graphics with an X. Let's go check it out. A dragon. Look at this animated dragon I made. I'm pretty sure I had the dragon art and I was like, let me just change. Let me add a flame in it. It's fizzy. It's physics. GFX. We got a Ferg, a Fern, a football player, a plane, and then all these Dragon Ball Z animated GIFs from one of the SNES games. So cool. So cool. This is, look at this. DBZ pictures. I was super into Dragon Ball Z when I was a kid. All these ones are gone. Let's go to the joke corner. Question: if athletes get athlete's foot, what do astronauts get? Oh no, mistletoe. They get mistletoe. Dragon Ball is OP. Loved it. I was a super fan when I was younger. And I have I have a link to Yahoo. I have a link to Yahoo down here. Like, Yahoo's the coolest, man. They've got a search engine. Let's go check out Yahoo. Does my guest book still work? Let's go look at the guest book. It does not. Yahoo, that's right, Dramux. Oh man, this brings sponsor J-Man's page. Oh man, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you everybody for watching that. Bring it back. Russian back. All those memories of making web pages. I was actually putting a guest book on my website too. It's just too funny. I should have a guest book somewhere. I think that'd be hilarious. Thank you guys so much for bringing that memory back here. It was fun. All right, at least this has a link to the new one now. But yeah, folks, go join Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam for good, to learn something new, to get excited. Here, let me see if I can post this link enough times. What do you guys think? Was that enough times? Do we need more? Do we need it more? Gee, welcome in, by the way. Great to see you. Solomon. Mod Spambot ban Captain Coder. Can you ban? Hang on, I gotta try it. We're gonna. Is Captain Coder gone too far? Ban the Captain Coder. What do you think will happen if I do this? What do you guys think is gonna happen here? Has anyone ever tried this? Surely it won't let me do this. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? You cannot bot. Okay, so good. Moderators can't ban me. We tried though. Did we just witness the end of Captain Coder as we know them? Perhaps, possibly, maybe. All right. I don't need to try then. Thanks, G. Okay, what are we doing? We're working on making this space game. We're so close to having a finished, a semi-polished little thing here. There's a couple things I want to do. I want to make sure my player can't go down this far. I don't want my player to be able to go down that far. So I need to add a border in front of him a little bit. I think I'm making a better HUD as well. So to make it a finished game, well, I'll show you the way I've done it. I've been trying to, again, I'm focusing on like no/low code. Let me show you how it's currently done. Clamp to the dimensions of the board. Could do that. Let me show you how I am doing it. I have a player bounds object that looks like this. All I really gotta do, let's move that bad boy up just a hair. Have change our player spawn point as well. Move the player spawn up, and that should do it. There we go. Easy as flies. Uh-oh. Something has happened. There it goes. All right. Maybe a little bit too high. What are you doing? Will all those free spaces? I don't know. I don't understand the question. Sorry. But yeah, that's the player bounds. That's where the player is allowed to exist. So the player can't go outside of that box. They could if they could magically teleport, but that box keeping them bounded, keeping them within, holding them down so that they don't do anything silly. You have like 1/5 of the board set as out of bounds. It's just like the player doesn't want to be that far up. That's the idea, is you wouldn't want to be there because all the enemies and stuff are coming out. So it prevents you from, you can still move left and right when you're up here. Yeah, this is the bounds that I've set. Maybe they're bad, maybe they're good. Who knows? Who knows? Only the nose knows. But that's what I've done. That's my choice. It's my choice as a game designer. Is it the best choice? Maybe, maybe not. Only time will tell. Okay, so there's a couple things I could do. We could add in audio. That always makes the game nice. Adding in some audio. We could add in a title screen, which is sort of what I think I want to do. Is make it so that the player essentially just isn't active to start out, but we start with fire like this. This is what we could do to make the game. Oh, it starts by spawning the player. Hang on, let's go into our game controller. Edit that graph. And then this one, we'll just get rid of this. Say don't spawn the player at start. Okay, so we won't spawn the player immediately. And now, when my game starts up, it just says fire to start. So we have stuff going on here. Fire to start like that, and then it'll start up. And we could add a little bit of a text there, calling it what we could space scripter. That's how we untangle it. You know, honestly, I don't find it too spaghetti-ish. There's a little bit of spaghetti in here. There's one spot that's really nasty, but now that I know how to use custom events, I think we can clean it up quite a bit. I think it's easy to clean up now. There's only one really nasty script. All the other scripts are quite small. So small. You can create they call them events. The answer is you can call them events. One thing that I'm finding as I'm doing this is all of my graphs are essentially functions. So essentially, each of these graphs is a function, right? So this is a function here that, given a list, selects a random item from the list and returns it. So this is kind of like a function, right? They call it a subgraph, so I can nest this into other things. So they call them subgraphs. If I want to call it from another object, I can add a thing called an event that lets me call it from another object. And that's kind of cool. I wish there was a better way to manage the custom events because they're not named. The one thing that's really nice is how easy it is to add in your own custom nodes. Just write some C# code and they exist. You can give them names. I just keep forgetting to do so. So this is just get random elements. And then the summary here would be, given a list, randomly selects an item from the list. So the answer is I absolutely can. Absolutely can do it this way. So this is really nice way to do it in my opinion. So this is like a function. Methods are trickier. I would call the events more like a method. And it's interesting that what they call them, so I'll show you that as well. So I'm doing that for my, yeah, it's the same as in Unreal Blueprints. Gotcha. Let me show you update damage bar. Yeah, so here is an example of this function. All right. So they're calling it an event here. And so it does feel that way. It's saying, so player has an event called on damage changed. So when my player's on damage changed executes, I want to update this bar here. So this is the code that updates this bar. It's attached to my game bar. All right, so it's attached to the damage bar down here. Whenever the player has on damage change called, it changes the bar here, the size of this bar. We could animate it. Maybe we'll animate it. That'd be cool. So that is how we do it here. And then in my player graph, so I go over, switching between these feels super painful. And I think it's just because I don't get a dedicated window for this script graph. You can, I don't know how dot twins work. I haven't done that. I haven't used dot twins, so I don't know. It's a good question. If it's just a method call, then you can. Because that's all we're doing. All of these things are just method calls. Adding custom nodes is insanely easy if you want to write some code. So, but let's go to my custom nodes are insanely easy to add. And if it's just a C#, if it already is just a method call, you can do it. You can do it. Let's go into our player collision controller. I feel like the one thing I would really like is to have a button here. And I suppose double clicking here is really that button. Switching between scripts feels annoyingly difficult. I want a little thing to put up here. And part of it is I'm like in streamer mode, so I'm like restricting the space on my screen. If I was not in streamer mode, I would be this big, right? But the size is, because I'm in streamer mode, I restrict the space of my screen up here. So this is a HD 1920 by 1080. This section here, this section here is 1920 by 1080 resolution. And so that's what you guys see. I have it restricted to that when I'm streaming to make it a little bit easier. So I will say, I feel like they take up a lot of space. I have a second monitor. Again, when I'm streaming, it's harder. Another thing is a lot of my students only have one screen. So it's, it's about learning ways to do it anyway. I do have a second monitor. Can we see that here? Where's my monitor 2? Your students need to get good. That's right. Hang on, desktop. There's a button here for my second desktop. There it is. So here's my second desktop. That's the other screen. It's also in streamer mode. It's super full as well, right? You can already see I have some Unity stuff on it. Enhance, yeah. So that is my other monitor. It's a little bit better now, but yeah, my other monitor over there. So I do have 2 monitors, but it's about how do I get people to see, how do I get you guys, how do I have the stream, how do I have what is recorded looking good? Thank you for the enhance. Okay, so you can call this here like this, right? So on damage change, when we call take damage, and we go to on damage change on our play. I should probably put that inside of take damage, I'm not sure. So this really is a method call in my mind. This really is a method call. It's saying I'm calling on damage changed on this, but you can like register other things to do it, to listen. I don't know, it is an event, but you can use these to mimic method calls. So I didn't learn about this until yesterday, so I wrote some code. I made some scripts that are kind of hard or a little bit gnarly because of that. So this take damage script is the gnarliest of the scripts in my opinion, but now that I know how to do events, this code becomes greatly simplified. This node becomes greatly simplified. This is like thinking about how clean code works. There's something interesting here about this is doing 2 things. So all the wires have to cross. It's using 2 things that use the same data, setting it up to be a separate graph that are 2 separate things, and then calling them one after the other would be better. It wouldn't look this bad, in my mind. So there's something interesting about that. That said, it does feel like it takes up a lot of screen space. It feels like it takes up a lot of screen space compared to writing code. Code is going to be shorter, more concise, in my opinion. Yeah, that's what we have. Let's, in our scene, I want to add in to our canvas the title screen. We need to come up with a name for this game. Anyone have suggestions for the name for our space skater? Space game, space shooter, our shmup, our space. I can't talk the last couple days. I don't know exactly. Maybe that's normal. Maybe I always have trouble talking. Who knows? Only the nose knows, but I don't know. Let's add in some text here. So we had this game over text. I'm going to duplicate this. We're going to call this title text like this, and we'll have this on. And space blaster 9000. What do you guys think? 9001. That way it's over 9000. Space blaster 9001. You could put it on 2 lines. How do we feel about this? Space blaster 9001. Captain Starlight. I like it. Intensicode Captain Starlight. There we go. Fire to start. So our game will boot up like this. We press. We have to make that text disappear. That's pretty easy to do. What we do need a reference to it. So we're going to have to turn it off here. So in our on game start, so I have a script for on game start. I need a reference here to that text. I'm noticing a list might be what we really want. So what are all the things we want to turn off? Notice I have several things starting to pile up here. Let's go with game title. I'm just going to make this a game object. And so I have a game object here, and I'm going to pull in my game title. Coincidentally, I'm building a first level for my game playground that is a vertical shmup with asteroids too. Very nice. It's again mostly a joke, so I called it Space Kenny. I like it, Kenny in space, because I'm using the Kenny assets. Same. You may recognize these assets from the Kenny asset library. All right, and then this one's going to be pretty easy. We're just going to take these two things. We want to do this here. We're going to say this one, game over text, and then it comes in here, comes in here. The one thing that I really, really, really wish this had, and maybe it doesn't, I just don't know, is a optimize button. I want a button that I can click and just say, optimize this, make it look better. But like, what does better mean is a good question. All right, so now when I start, I said active to true, maybe? False. This is game over text still. This should be, hang on. Scene, game title? Weird that it doesn't show up there like that. Let's try that. There we go. Easy. Easy. All right, not too bad. Got a little game here, little shmup. It's way too easy. It's definitely way too easy. We got to add in some enemies. Maybe we'll have the enemies fires back. But we have some things here. Make it easy to do that. Let's add in some music. I love that destruction particle effect there. Game over. Fire to start. There we go. And so we got ourselves a nice little game loop. Nice little game loop going there. Beautiful. Let's think. Music. Sound effects always make things nice, feel much nicer. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think that's what I want to do next to finish this up. More enemies, at least 1 or 2 enemy types. A power up. There's some shield art that we can add in, give us a power up. So a power up, 2 more enemies. Potentially make the game get harder as time goes on. A score. There's all sorts of things we could add to this, right? Okay. Let me go ahead and commit what I have. Flavius, Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, Flavius. I hope you're doing well. Let me commit this in here. Chore, add title text. Okay. And I'm gonna come in and I am going to, let's go find some music. Let's go find some music. Open game art. We can use some of the music that I've written in the past. Let's switch to my desktop audio here. So that way you guys can hear. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit so it hopefully won't blow up your head, blow up your ears. Let's go find some music. And we'll search for space. Loading screen, tragic ambience. Does this feel like space music? I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Flavius. I'm having so much fun making a game here. A quick prototype. There's something really fun about making a quick prototype. Tani, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on your number 16. I hope you've been well. This does not feel like space music. Oh yeah, maybe this. My whole camera setup shaking because I'm bouncing against it.
Whoa.
Clayman with the raid. Clayman. Clayman. Thank you for raiding me today. We got Clayman. Yeah, Clayman. Thank you for the raid, my friend. You know you're great, you're grand, you're cool, you're sweet. You're Clayman, the man who never gets beat. You know, Clayman, you're great, you're grand, you're fabulous too. Clayman, thank you so much for the raid. Let's see if we give you a shout out. I don't think it'll let me. I gave you a shout out earlier already. But if you guys don't know Clayman, be sure to give him some love. Incredible streamer, developer. Yeah, making a game called Epic Hero Game. You guys got to go check it out. Check out Epic Hero Game. Look at this. Do you want to fight the aliens? You want to take them out? It's interesting that it says Clayman Dev there. That's interesting. Enoch 661. Thank you so much for the follow. Enoch X661. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Who needs AI for making a song when you got the Captain Coder? True. True. This game's going to be epic, where you're going to be an epic hero in this game, folks. You know you want to. You know you want to. And the new combat system, the new physics stuff you have set up looks so good. We got to get a new trailer on here, Clayman. When we get a new trailer. I'm wondering if I'm gonna get copyright struck for this song. Soon, TM. Yeah, I know. That's me with everything, right? Oh, I need to fix my site. Soon, TM. Oh, I recognize that hat. I recognize that hat. Very nice. Clayman, how was your stream? Tell me all about it. Oh, it's public. That makes sense. It's public domain because it's so old. Tell us all about your stream. What were you working on? How did it go? This looks great. This looks great. I can't wait to play it again. I've already played it once. Awesome, awesome stuff. Folks, be sure to go click that wish list button. Give Clayman some love. Thank you so much for being here. Clayman, we're playing around with visual scripting today. This is the game we're making. Captain Starlight. Been working on it for, this is the third day now. This is the third day we've been working on learning about visual scripting. I'm having some fun with it. But we have just a little shmup here. Little shmup, we can take damage. I'm about to add in some sound effects. All right, so this is the whole game. Raxon streaming, implementing spell techniques that lets you decide what kind of spell you want to cast. Nice. So our player here. It feels pretty good to have no compilation times. I will say that is pretty nice. So we get exploded right there. Exploded. Again, we're gonna fire to restart. Ooh. That didn't restart all of those things. I've introduced a bug. I think I know what I've done here. Let's try one more time. I like the explosion effect, right? Okay, something's gone wrong with my Player respawn. Spawn player. I thought I had fixed that. All the meteors should go away on the respawn. All the meteors should go around the respawn. So something's not right there. Enjoy your food, my friend. Thank you again so much for the raid, Clayman. Let's go to on game start. On game start. Oh, I got rid of it here on accident. What happens? Game bounds. Game over text. Oh. Game title. There we go. Now it'll fix. I accidentally swapped that value out. So it should destroy all the asteroids now. Or all right, let me go die. Boom, boom, boom. So many things I want to do with this animating this bar. There we go. Now they go away. Making them explode would be even cooler. Making them explode would be even cooler, but that's okay. Maybe I will do that. I don't know that. I don't think that would be that hard to add in. But having a lot of fun with this visual scripting. Okay, so what am I going to work on now? Oh, I was going to find music. That's what we were doing. We're going to find a music to put in. We are going to find some sound effects to put in as well. And so we're considering some of these different ones here. And I want them to loop, so let me actually add in a tag loop. A lot of times these end up not looping. Okay. Do we want something low key or something high intensity? Maybe somewhere in between. I think I've used this one in the past. I think I'm going to end up using this. I really like this one. Ooh, I think I like this one. See if it's too repetitive. Yeah, I like this one. Heavens forbid. All right, let's add this to our credits. Let's download it. I'm gonna add it to my credits file here. Nice. Okay, let's add this in here. So back in my Unity project, let's get this folder open. I'm going to add in music, create folder, music. This one will be easy to add in. We'll have to add in a music slider. Everyone wants a music slider because what if the music's too loud? What if the music's too loud? Let's add this in. It's in my downloads currently. Boop, boop, boop. Downloads. Heavens forbid. There it is. And then the easiest thing, if you haven't used Unity before, adding in music into a scene is quite simple. Just need an audio source, basically. So we're just going to add you in here like that. Boom. We have Heavens forbid as an audio source. We'll call this music. And by default, playing Awaken loop. And now we have music in our game. It's too loud. It's going to be way too loud to start out. Likely way too loud. So I want to add in a music slider. How do you add references in the visual scripting system? It's not too bad. I just added this music in here. There's different ways you can do it. Let me shrink this window down here. So let's go in and I'll show you an example here of the script. What script do I have here? This is the start game on game start. Spawns the player and initializes the game. Okay. So this one has no objects because it's all based on the scene, but we have a scene reference here. Down here. And so I have my game over text, I have my player, I have my fire start text, my player spawn point, my game controller. So these are my references in my scene. I can also have app references and save state. So these exist between scenes, but reset on the game when the game starts up. These are fresh. Saved are values that go between them. This is a scene-based variable. You can also have object-based. So for example, if I go over to my player object has a speed, it has a weapon, it has damage, has a sprite render, it has a list of damage sprites. So these are the references specifically on the object. And then you can create, I haven't used these very much, but this is specific to the graph. So if you have like some kind of counter or something, it could be based on the graph. So this would be like static variables. This would be instance variables. This would be sort of singleton variables here. It doesn't compile to C#, but C# compiles, you can use any C# code here. So for example, if I wanted to, let's say there's something that I felt I really wanted to make a C# script do, we'll test script here. And let's open this up like this. Let's say I really wanted to have a function I could call. It could be on a mono behavior, so I could do something like this. But let's say I really wanted to have a script. And I'll make this have a public static bool some check. I'm just gonna make it taking an arbitrary object. Let's make taking a game object to check. And we'll just have it return true. Like this. So a dumb script just for demonstration purposes, really simple script. It doesn't do anything interesting, but we can add it in very easily. So I have a script, it has a static method that becomes a node. I do have to tell it to add it in there. Ninja Puss, welcome back to the stream. So here's my visual scripting. I say, I would like to add in test script, regenerate my nodes. And now, maybe I should leave this in just so I can, people keep asking like, how do I add nodes? Well, it's pretty easy. So we'll regenerate this here. It's gonna rebuild the nodes that are available to us. There's a lot of things that apparently we can do. I've barely scratched the surface here of visual scripting. Have a beautiful day, G. Thank you so much for hanging out. Ninja Puss, thank you so much for the lurk. So now that I've added that in, I can just search for test script dot some check. Boom. There we go. There's our custom node. Easy. Just flow that data in, flow the data out. I want a custom data type that's all about my playership. Really easy to add in that custom data type this way as well. So it's quite nice. Really quite simple to add your own custom nodes. If there's something that's really hard to do in visual scripting that's like really easy to write in code, or maybe logic wise, maybe I want some sort of, breadth first search or scan or something like that, we can get it in there, no problem. Really quite easy to add in custom scripts, custom nodes there. Yeah, so pretty cool stuff. It feels, like I said, feels really robust. My biggest complaint with it is stringly typed. So I would really like a way, and the answer is you can do this through C# scripting. I would like a way to make these events not just based on strings here. So if I mess this string up somewhere, it breaks. I'm considering, and I think I will next term, Clayman. I'm pretty sure I'm going to create a class where students go. It's going to be a 16-week course where students do some 2D game dev when we learn visual scripting and then transition to C# scripting. The transition from visual to C# scripting, I think, will be really nice because they've seen things like on trigger enter 2D. So they'll have seen this, how it lines up, and they'll say, oh, this is how those data types match up together. This is how that data flows through. And then I think they'll gain an appreciation. The goal here is to help people who might be intimidated by the code or scared of code or find the coding like kind of difficult. So young students who are like 7, 8, 9, typing is really slow for them. It's really, really slow for them. The other thing that's really cool about this is I don't have to be like, all right, we're using Visual Studio Code, and there's like all these hoops we have to jump through to get Visual Studio Code working with Unity. So like on Mac, on Linux, on Windows, there's like slightly different hoops you have to jump through. So that is always a painful experience as well. And then students get turned off of the idea. They go like, oh, this is so annoying. I just want to make a game. I just want to do this. I just want to do that. And I have found when I've used GameMaker, I didn't use GameMaker at all this year, but last year I did. When I've used GameMaker, students just latch on to the visual scripting and like can go super far with it. But you can swap in and out. So students who already know how to code, it's easy for them to do it. My fear, and we'll see how it goes, is that students will not want to learn how to program after they've done this because programming might feel hard. So I'm hoping to have some assignments and activities that have them translating their visual scripts into C# scripts and see the benefit of translating them into smaller, concise things, and then have sort of this hybrid visual scripting and text scripting. So when visual scripting's simple, it's nice. For example, our player movement controller is so simple. I love the player movement controller here. Here's my player. Let me get the player movement script here. Give me a second. The player movement script is just kind of beautiful to look at here. There's something really pretty about this, right? It says, in my fixed update, we get my axes, we create a vector, we multiply it and pass it in. So watching this, in my opinion, I like this better than making a whole C# script for it. This is just a nice, simple thing. Of doing anything is just getting started, and this would be exactly. There's no resistance here, and then students always complain about switching between writing their code, and then you go into Unity and it takes forever to build. It's one of the things I'm looking forward to most about Godot's continued development of C# integration, right? Godot is so fast, so lightweight. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, so that's sort of where I'm at with it. We'll see. So the fast script reload assets, it's a huge time saver for sure. It's a huge time saver for sure. And you can do stuff while you're running, right? So here I am, I'm running, and maybe I have a bug here. Maybe I realized this shouldn't be multiply, or I'm not multiplying right. Maybe I need to add in a clamp. Maybe I need to add in a clamp here. The game's running. I can actually modify this without stopping. I can pause the game if I wanted to. But I actually modify this while it's running. Maybe I decide, oh, I need this to clamp here. I can modify it while the game's running. How similar is Godot C# to Unity C#? I think it's, in my experience, there are some things that are similar, some things that are different. Unity, I've used Unity more. I think Unity has a more, let me think. I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. Um, Unity's C# conventions are more mature. So the resources for doing things in C# with Unity are more mature. There's more of them, and it's more concise because it's been going on a longer time. Godot is still, I think, trying to figure out how to get C# to feel right and feel like C#. Unity feels like C# to me. Godot doesn't, and I'll give you an example here. Rust is the answer, Scott B. That feels likely. I think visual scripting is useful for designing the interaction between functions methods that you can also add yourself. Belier, I think that's going to be key. Let's go look at some Godot C# code I wrote. Let me go find it real quick. I want to show you the Godot. Let's see, this is part of Slopes and Loops Impl. Give me a second here. This is in our Godot project. And then let me just open up this folder so you can see. Okay, so here's a Godot C# project I was doing. And the example I was going to give, is this the Godot C# project? It is. Okay. I kind of forgot where I was going. Sorry. Let me see if I can find it here. What was I going to say? What was I saying? How do the Godot drag and drop references feature work with C#? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. When I'm writing Godot, I had a thought. This is fine. Like, this feels like C#. Here it is. Here it is. There are things like this. This method here returns a stringly typed dictionary. I have to index into this dictionary using strings. This is very non-C#. This is very non-C#. When I do this, it just returns an arbitrary object that I then have to cast into another type. So that would say, so Unity is more mature because they started with C# from the beginning. Godot C# isn't fully complete yet. And so like this drives me crazy. There are a lot of functions because it's calling out to the Godot system function, right? The Godot built-in system is returning an array, and there's no rack, so it's returning a dictionary of strings to things. A dictionary of strings to things, and here are the strings, and here are the things. So it's a non-homogeneous typed dictionary. Yeah, so Belier, this is a completely, people do this all the time in Python and JavaScript in languages that are dynamically typed. And so this feels a little weird to me as a C# programmer. This was the example. Tafaz, have a beautiful day, my friend. That said, I really have enjoyed what I've done in Godot, and I'm looking forward, again, to their continued development. Maybe this summer, we'll see what happens. We can maybe do some contributions to Godot. I don't know enough about Godot yet to do it, but maybe we can write some stuff and maybe try and contribute to the Godot system a little bit, the C# stuff. That'd be cool. JD, how the heck have you been? Thank you so much for being here. Folks, do you guys know JD is the host of the Captain Coder heart emotes? Look at that heart emote. That's one of my favorite emotes. Oh, the debugger didn't work. That's interesting, Clement. That said, Godot just keeps getting better and better and better. What's Godot written in? Godot is written in C++. The Godot engine has a custom scripting item called GDScript. Folks, be sure to go check out JD Does Dev. Jormunder.
If you want to feel
JD does impressions.
like you're talking with Captain, let me
JD
see
does
if
Dev.
I could do my
JD does it all.
Captain
But you
impression.
know what JD doesn't do?
I am
JD
not the
doesn't wear
captain, but
multiple
my
hats.
eyebrows also move in a way.
Go check out
like the
JD,
captain.
everybody. Let's go with the corn hat. I already have the IKEA hat on. I don't know if the corn hat's going to fit nicely on this. Thank you for the hat, Jormunder. There we go. What do we think? This is an unstable stack. Thank you for the lurk props. Have a beautiful day. You're welcome back anytime. JD, I hope you're doing well. Let's hop back in here to our program. Yeah, so I'm having fun with the visual scripting. Visual scripting. I'm enjoying it. I hope that answered your question about my feelings between Unity and Godot C#. That's a fine collection of board games you have there. I have a few. There's a couple back there. I do enjoy a good board game every now and then, but I don't, maybe I don't play them often. Maybe like 7-8 times a week. I wish I had more time to play, but I only play board games like 7-8 times a week. So rookie numbers. I know. AJ, those uniformly typed dictionaries are like enums, and they plan to add exactly. AJ, I was gonna say it's just one of those things that is not mature. That's all I was saying is the Unity C# is more mature, and that Godot C# is not mature yet because it's something they're adding in. So it comes into like the more people use it, the more C# like it will become. And I actually expect the Unity C# to in my opinion, to become more like .NET C#. Unity's C#, it doesn't feel .NET-y at all. I tend to write .NET-y C#, but when I look at examples and stuff, it feels super not C#. Speaking of maybe we should take a break. Maybe we could all take a break, go get some coffee. Maybe. I am running low on my bean water. There's a little bit in there. But I am running low. It's a little bit different, yeah. So many hats, Toak. We got a couple, just a few. We were in the process of adding in some additional music and sound effects here. So we picked up background music. So we're making a space shooter here. Using no C#, just visual scripting. Captain Starlight. Here. Yeah, Colteri, we do have a board game redeem. If you save up enough points, you can, we'll check one out. But the game's lacking in, want to make it so when we shoot this stuff, boom, we get sound effects. That's what we want. You write your Unity like JavaScript? A lot of people do. It's okay. Your point rich, that's quite a couple points over there. Coltari, welcome in. We got Coltari following me. Thank you for the follow, my friend. And we've got Grain Stack Dev following the captain on this day now. Grain Stack Dev, welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Happy to have you here on this beautiful day. Folks, we are out here learning something new every day this month. Trying to learn something new every day this month. We'll see how we do. I feel like I'm succeeding so far, but it's in preparation of Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam 2024 coming up here soon. Get excited, get hyped for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, because in this game jam, it's not, I could explain it to you, but this guy's gonna do it a lot better. Hello and welcome to Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, and Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new, because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. It's true. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing entered to win $50 just by learning something, folks. Do it. 5 people will win for learning something new. 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you. Just 2 people this time. This video is a year old. 2 people are going to win $250 for the most educational award, 1 for the best written educational award, and 1 for the best video educational award. That's a tough sentence, devlog, vlog, or blog, I know, and I say it like 3 times in this video. It was a mistake. Also, don't forget you can go vote. You can submit your theme suggestions. Submit your theme suggestions here, and we'll be voting on those the week of the jam, leading up into the jam. You'll have a chance to vote on it. So join the Discord. Keep up with us on Twitch. Join the game jam. I can't wait to see what you guys make. I'm super excited. Let's go find some sound effects. Just deleted. Just deletiated. Let's go to Open Game Art again. We are looking for sound effects. We got our bass music here. We should get some game over music. Get some game over music as well. Let's get a sound effects here. Get a sound effects here. We want like laser. It's interesting. Only one thing came with it. No, none of those. Laser with an S? Is laser spelt with an S? Laser. What's the difference between laser with a Z? Apparently. Why did I thunk it? Code Monk, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Congratulations on number 18, folks. Don't forget bonus points, exclamation point here. Get your daily bonus points. I hate it. That must be what it is, JD. I was just watching the American Gladiators a few weeks ago. I watched the American Gladiators documentary. I bet that's what's going on. I want sound effects. Give me the sound effects. I might just have to record my own sound effects with my voice. Light amplified. Isn't it simulated? I thought it was simulated. Generate one, yeah. What is it? The JSXR GSXR? Hang on. 8-bit sound generator. JSFXR. I almost had it. Laser. Oh, I like that one. Maybe. I lost it now forever. Oh, I like that one. What do you guys think? Yeah, lasershoot.wav. That's not what I want. That's what I want. All right, lasersound.wav. Let's add this into... Where the heck did Unity go? Did I close Unity? There you are. Easy. Good idea, Mars. Mars, for such a brilliant idea. Points. Add Mars 90, 100 points. Let's go into our prefab. Here's how I'm going to do this. I'm just going to add this sound to our laser. All right, so we're going to add this to our laser prefab. Okay, so we have our laser, and I'm just going to... Oh, I need a sound effects create. It's amazing how quickly... You have 10 million files here. Mars, you're almost there. You're almost there. Just a few more points. You're going to get it. You're going to get it. I guarantee it. All right. So we're just going to add a... Hang on. I want to add in the laser sound effect here as a child. We're going to play on wake. So when we shoot a laser, now we should get laser sounds. So there's one little thing if we shoot something super close. one point closer there. This noise isn't gonna get annoying at all. Let's turn it down a little bit, but we're gonna add in, really I need to have a volume control, right? I'm gonna turn this down a little bit so it's less annoying from the get-go. Why doesn't it go down? What? That's weird. Why is that still all maxed out? Is this... Oh. Oh. Was I in play mode? Why is it so loud still? Volume none. I'm not sure, Koltari. That's a good question. Does anyone know, does Unity have an audio sample randomizer? What is going on with that? That's crazy. Why is the volume? We could randomize like a pitch and stuff on it. Yeah, that's a good idea. We can also just have it adjust the pitch a little bit as well. So you end up with a different one. Of course, for some reason, these changes aren't being applied. What's going on with my... I wonder if my player object... Set this back to 1. Hang on, let's go to my player object. I don't know if they have that built in here. I might have to add in a pitch randomizer, which is really easy to do, it turns out. Really easy to do. What? Yeah, it's pretty easy to add an array of elements in there. Why is... Let me go look at my player here. Fire controller. Our weapon is the prefab. When I fire, how do I pause? Control Shift P is pause. Okay. So I have a laser in my scene right now. Laser. Why is its volume? All right, several lasers. My laser here. Oh, I have an audio source on the laser itself. That's what's happening. All right, let's go into our prefab. I had two audio things playing. One down here and one up there. All right. So this one should adjust the volume now. Yeah, okay. So we'll set that to 0.4. That's annoying. Let's add a pitch randomizer. That should be really easy. We're learning about visual scripting, so we're forcing ourselves to do it. Let's add in a pitch randomizer here. And to do it, I'm just going to add a component. I'm going to add a script machine. I suppose we could write a whole script for it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's create a new script. And we're going to have this SFX be a pitch randomizer. I'm going to put this in scripts. Getting a lot of scripts suddenly. Pitch randomizer. Okay. And randomizes the pitch of the pitch. Randomizes pitch. That's all I really need to say. Edit graph. All right, on start. On start, get component. And the component is audio source. Okay, I'm gonna get the audio source. And then we're just gonna modify what... There we go. audio source, and then we're gonna do audio source dot set pitch. Okay. And we need to do a randomize. Why is this? Something's gone wrong with my mouse clicks. Okay, there we go. We want to random dot range from -1 to 1. This might be too much. Okay, so when we just attach this here, now we should get a variation with the different pitches. -1 to 1 is not good. Oh, I didn't attach it. It's always 0. All right, so let's go from 0.5. That's terrible. 0.5. There we go. 2. 1 to 1.25. 0.75. There we go. Not bad. Not bad. And then we can get a couple variations as well. All right, so we can make a couple variations. Look how easy that was to add in, though. Boom, get component audio source, adjust the pitch. I like it. I like it. Easy peasy. We could get a couple different ones. We might have trouble getting them to sound close enough to this one. I'm wondering if we can just adjust these a little bit to try and get them. I don't know what makes a nice laser sound like this. I'm scared to lose this. All right. Apparently we can save that. Okay, we're gonna save it here just in case we can't get another one. Oh, that one sounds pretty close. Oh, there's a permalink. Oh, thank you. Mars, look, I'm not a smart man. All right, here's a second one. That one came out pretty good. So our laser shoot, we'll call this laser shoot 2. Add a couple variants in here. Sound effects, create a folder, laser. Boom. Laser shoot 2. Let's see if we can find one more. Like that one. That's good. I like that. Okay. And this one's pretty close as well. That makes sense. That makes sense. We'll call this one laser shoot 3. So we have laser shoot 1, 2, and 3. Okay. And now for this script, we want to, maybe we should add in a second one that says like randomize. So we have a pitch randomizer. Yeah, let's just add a second script because we'll probably put these in various places. Maybe, you know what? Let's make it all to one. Let's keep it simple. Keep it simple. That was our pitch randomizer. Maybe we should rename it to something else. But now what I want to do is we're going to add in an object. Our pitch randomizer. We're going to have an object on that is like sound, possible sound files, audio files. Okay, so let me go over to my object itself. It's interesting it doesn't let me add an object variable directly to this because it's not attached to something. I would like to say like, well, this thing is required to have some instance variables and automatically add them, but that's okay. Let's go to our laser prefab real quick. I click the laser prefab and I come down to my laser shoot. Now it will allow me to add in some variables here. Notice I'm on variables now. Okay. So what I want to have happen is audio sources. So these are the different audio sources, and it's going to be a list of audio clips. I should call it audio clips. List of audio clips like this. And then we're just going to add in for this one, we'll add in the 3 different audio clips. So we got laser shoot 2, laser shoot 3. And so we're going to set the pitch. And then what's kind of cool, something I really like about this is I can actually say, okay, we're going to set the pitch rather than have it all here. We also are going to set, we're going to set a random element from a list. All right, so I have a subgraph here, subgraph. And we have a graph, random element. And so we're just going to get a random element from here, like that. And then we're going to add a node audio source dot set clip, like this. My guess is, yeah, like that and that. So we do these 2 things. What's cool is we can see, well, the order in which we do these doesn't matter. The order, if we were programming this, we'd do one and then the other. In this one, I like in the visual scripting and say like, well, we don't care which order it's done in. Okay, so now we should get a random audio clip as well. Apparently, the pitch is an issue here. Maybe we're not. Let me remove this. One of them has no... One of them we don't hear anything. That's so weird. Let's make sure this is the case. Maybe there's a bug in my get random element. Let's add in. I don't know why I keep stopping this. I technically don't need to. When I change the clip, it's like not playing. Audio source dot play. Yeah, for some reason when you change the audio source, it doesn't play immediately. Interesting. Today I learned. They feel like they don't match all that well. Yeah, I feel like they don't quite match. Which one don't I like? Let's try removing that one. Those 2 seem to work pretty well together. Exactly. Cold target, exactly. That's gonna make it be a different weapon type. All right, these 2 work really well together though. It was that third one that wasn't meshing. All right. Easy, easy. I want to make a destruction sound. Oh, there was one little thing here. Notice if I shoot, the audio doesn't play if I shoot a... maybe once I add in the asteroid destroy sound, it might not matter. Notice if I'm too close, the laser, because the audio sound is attached to the laser, when it starts up, if I'm too close when I shoot, you don't hear it, or you hear it briefly and it stops. So one thing I can do to fix that is I can take this audio source, this object, remove it from the laser when it spawns. So on start, we're going to remove it. And then after the audio has finished playing, we will go ahead and destroy the audio. So rather than call this randomized pitch, actually should just call plays a sound effect. That's really what this should do. Plays a sound effect, randomizing the pitch. Plays one of a list of audio clips. So maybe play SFX, and then the summary would be plays one of many audio clips. Then plays one of many audio clips, randomizes the pitch, then destroys the audio clip. That's really what we should do. So it's like going to create an audio source. So on start, in addition here, and this one needs to be a coroutine because it's going to have a wait in it. So we're going to have it start up, and then we're going to wait for it to finish and then destroy it. I am Hattie. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Or is it Lamb Hattie? It's hard to tell sometimes. Welcome to the stream. We are doing visual scripting in Unity. This is my first time doing visual scripting in Unity. I started this project on Monday to learn a little bit about it because we are learning about Captain Coder's learning about game jams coming up. And in that spirit, I'm learning something new every day. And so we're learning about visual scripting. That said, I've been programming for many, many years, and I'm feel relatively competent at Unity, C#, and this has been a whole interesting experience here, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. So what I want to do is when this thing starts up, I want to remove it. Gotcha. I am Hattie. It's great to have you here. When this starts up, I want to remove this from the object that contains it. I want to remove its parent. So I want to do game object.set parent. Oh, is there not a parent option? Parent. That's interesting. How would I remove it? It's transform. That's what it'd be. Transform.set parent. You still have to know enough about the like game, how Unity works to be able to get these things. So set parent here. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to take it off its parent. I'm going to set it down. It's interesting the warnings I get here. And I suppose I could create a special area for components, but I think setting it to none should be fine. Let's go look in our scene here. So let me go to my inspector, my hierarchy down here. When I shoot lasers, they get added in here. Yeah, and you'll notice the laser audio is now being added into the main scene. And if I shoot an asteroid very close, we still hear the laser sound. Before, the laser sound was being destroyed immediately if I was too close because the laser object's getting destroyed. But what I want to do, you'll notice my game's gonna get gunked up. My scene's gonna get gunked up with a bunch of these laser sound effects. Let me fire a bunch of them. Then I'll pause. You'll see my scene is getting gunked up with all these lasers that have no parent. They have no parent, all these lasers here. So the idea was to remove it from the object that it was spawned with. And then, let's go back to my script. Let me go find that again. This is our... Bear with me here just for a second. This script here. After I have removed it from the parent, I want to wait. There's a couple ways I could do it. I'm going to wait for the amount of time, the duration, the length of this clip. Okay, so I'm going to get audio source here. There's different ways I could do it. I could do a while loop, and it might actually be easy to do it as a while loop. So it's just like, wait a second, and then go check. Wait a second, and then go check. I'm going to be a little bit more explicit about it. So I'm going to get the audio source here. And then we need to get the clip audio source dot get clip. Okay, so we're going to transform it from going to set the transform here. We are going to get this component. We're going to transform it from an audio source to an audio clip. Okay. And then our audio clip dot get duration. So now we know how long this clip is. Oh, can I not connect that there? Oh, this is returns an audio clip. This one expects an audio clip. Why can't I connect you? That's interesting. That's quite interesting. Audio clip dot expose. Expose audio clip. I can do it this way. So this lets me see everything. I only care about, oh, maybe it was length. There we go. But what we're going to say here is we're going to unparent it. We're going to wait the duration of the clip, and then we're just going to, destroy game object dot destroy. That was the wrong one. Game object dot destroy, and I wonder if there's a dot this. I know I can do this. Okay. So now after the audio is done playing, it removes it from the game. So this is sort of like our audio saying this is so cool. I like that I can say, well, the order doesn't matter. This is going to be so cool for teaching about sequencing, selection, and iteration. You would say, well, the sequence matters sometimes. Sometimes the sequence doesn't matter. In this case, this sequence matters, but the sequence between these doesn't matter. These are all part of the same on start. They all start together. Let me align these. Let me align their right edges. There we go. That's really cool, I think. All right, I think this will work. Let's see now. Let's go watch our scene. So we're observing down here. We're gonna watch down here. And I wanna see as I add in these lasers, these laser sounds, do they clear out? They do. We have these laser sounds being spawned in, but as soon as that sound is done, it removes it from the game. And if we wanted to be even a little bit more tidy, we could make it so that way they go into a special location. Yeah, SMG, what's going on? That's funny. I've never seen that before. I'm assuming you're a spammer. That's funny. If you're not, let me know. Send me a private message and we can chat. Why does it say that? Well, look, this is what it said to me. You are banned from chat. You're unable to participate in this chat until a moderator unbans you. I don't remember ever banning you. That's super interesting. SMG, welcome to the stream. This is the first time I've ever seen this message. Oh, did you type this out by hand? SMG, welcome to the stream. You got me. You totally got me. I was like, whoa, that's weird. No, don't worry. That's hilarious. This is a funny message. That cracked me up. I was like, what is happening? That's really funny. SMG, glad you're here. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome to the stream. You got me. You got me good. Look, folks, Captain Coder loves to be boozled. Feel free to try and boozle, but don't bamboozle me. That's all I ask. I am Hades. What did I do? That's right. We tried to ban me earlier. SMG, thank you so much for the follow. SMG, welcome in to the stream. SMG, welcome aboard. Welcome to the academy. SMG Spillar 2. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it right. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. And I am Hattie. So good to have you. I am Hattie. You know it's great to have you here now. I am Hattie. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your stay on this beautiful Wednesday. Welcome to the stream, Captain Coders. Glad you're here. Folks, if you're new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming. My full-time job is teaching it at a school for ages 10 to 14. 10 to 14. Been super fun. I'm going to ask, I just don't speak Swedish. I'm going to ask you to speak in English, if you will, here, or type in English. I apologize that I don't speak Swedish. I wish I did. But just to make sure, keep things safe for me and everyone else. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so what we are doing here is we're promoting Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. And in the spirit of learning new things, Lance, congratulations on your number 19. In the spirit of learning new things, I'm learning about Unity's visual scripting. Lance, with the hat, we're about to take a break, but we'll get one on here just for you. We'll get one on here just for you. Thank you for the hat. Oh, my arms get that nice reach up and stretch to get that hat on. Thank you for the hat, Redeem. Thank you for the hat, Redeem. Lance, I hope you've been well. We're having a blast here. Making sound effects, adding sound effects to us. All right, here we go. So this is what we got. SMG, we knew how to pants command, put on another set of pants. So the hat command gets us another hat. Pants makes, I just have a pile of sweatpants. I just keep putting sweatpants on. Oh, that's hilarious. Thank you for the whoa. Oh man. We need to get a pants command. That would be hilarious. It would have to be like 10,000 points though. Because there's no way I could wear 20 pairs of pants without dying. But yeah, that's what we've been working on right now. IDNT, welcome back to the stream. We got to go on a break. We've been going for almost 2 hours with our break. That also suggests a requirement of a pants cam. Yeah, pants cam. We could do a dock cam. We could do the dock cam so you can see the pants. I could also zoom out. Sometimes I zoom out. Hang on. JD, I'm pulling. Thank you for JD likes to warn me whenever my pants fall too low. But I'm wearing shorts today. Wearing shorts. Oh, the camera can't go out that far. I have to come way back here. I do want to get a camera that's like a top down. I want to get a table. I want to get a table over here from when we do board game redeems and get an Elmo cam up above so that we can see that. So maybe we could do something like that. All right, folks, we got to take a break here. Whoa! A little bit too close here. Too close for comfort, folks. All right, we got to take a quick break. I'm out of bean water. Is that true? Hang on, I'm almost out of bean water. Now I'm out of bean water. Empty. No bean water in there. We're going to go get ourselves some more bean water. We're going to refill here. I've already had this many ounces of oh, my hat just fell. All right, you didn't see it though. It's too zoomed in for you to see. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coder will return momentarily. All right, everybody. Almost zoomed in. Forgot about that. The captain's back. I hope everyone's having a beautiful day so far. We're going to get up. Look, Captain Carter wants you to take care of yourself. The captain loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you got to love yourself. You got to love that body. One way you can do that, take care of that body, is getting up and stretching with the captain. I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to implore you. I'm going to engorge you. I'm going to engorge you to get up and stretch. Get that body flowing. Get that blood moving. Oh, let's start with some trunk twists. Arms up at the side. We're just going to rotate back and forth. Nice and slow. You don't want to snap this. You don't want to go too fast. Just nice and slow back and forth so you can get that lower trunk twist here. Lower trunk twist. Oh, yeah. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good to be alive, taking care of ourselves? Go ahead and slowly raise those arms up. So you're twisting a little bit higher, back and forth. And we're going to start leaning to the left. Oh, lean to the right. Oh, some nice stretches back and forth. Just taking care of ourselves. Get a little bit in here. Deep breath in. Reach up to the sky as high as you can. And then exhale. As you do, you're going to hinge at your hips. Exhale and slowly come down. You can touch the ground, awesome. If you can't, don't worry about it. Focus on hinging at the hips and getting a nice lower back stretch and glutes. Lower back and glutes is where you should be feeling this stretch. Oh yeah. Really focus on that hinge. Oh. And in a moment, we're gonna breathe in together. Breathe in, come on up slowly, 5 seconds. Roll those shoulders up, back, and down. We're gonna roll our shoulders back. 2, 3, 4 at the elbows. 2, 3, 4 full arms. 2, 3, 4 roll them forward. Yeah. 2, 3, 4 at the elbows. 2, 3, 4 full arms. 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't it feel great? Doesn't it feel grand to be alive, taking care of ourselves? Get a little bit of a neck roll in. Take that head, hang it down, and we're just going to roll it around. Nice and slow. We're going to do 2 times this way, and 2 times the other way. Oh, yeah. I hope you're stretching with me. I hope you're getting up and moving if you can. Taking care of yourself. You want to prevent those repeated stress injuries to your best of that ability. Nice and slow here. Oh, and just roll that head up slow. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. I hope you enjoyed them as much as I did for being here. For joining me in those stretches. 125 points to all you beautiful people out there. Let's hop back in. We're going to hop back into our development here. We are working on creating a space shooter. I'm glad it feels good, Code Monk. I'm glad you enjoyed that. We're gonna hop back in here. Good stretches, yeah. Always feels good. Let's get a bonus. That's right, Lance. Lance, I know you gave me that hat right before the break. Let's get one in here for you to start out. I'm gonna go ahead and start off with 2 just for you. So I know you got that second redeem in. Only gotta utilize it first moment. Let's get a second hat in there for you. Thank you so much for the hats, helping keep that head warm, helping me not look like a monster here. I guess I don't look too much like a monster, but some days it's worse than others. Lance, thank you so much for the hats. All right, so we have made this. How's the volume? Not too bad. We're adding in some sound effects here. I want to add in like when we hit the asteroid, I'd like to have a little bit of a sound, an impact sound. Let's see if we can generate an impact sound here. Explosion hit. That might sound pretty good. There we go. A couple of these. Jormunder, only 2 hours away. You'll be able to get another one in there. I like that one. We're going to download this one. Let's create a permalink for it. I know. I'm glad there's a permalink option. Hit. All right. Not what I wanted to do. We're going to add that into our Unity project here. Unity's windowing system, I wish worked a little bit differently. I like having these separate windows, but I hate that if I have it out, it's always on top. I think I understand why they do it. There are things that I wish were a little bit different. Sound effects. Let's create a sound effect. Hit like this. Okay. And we're going to add that hit hurt in here. Let's generate another one. And that one sounds pretty good. It'll be our hit hurt 2. Rename hit hurt 2. 2. And now let's add that to, ooh, this is interesting because we want it to play when our asteroid is destroyed. 2? That's right. 2? 2? Hang on. Jern. Irish. Where is it? Oh. 2? There it is. There it is. So in this here, when the meteor takes a hit, so let's look at that controller. We have a script here for destroy out of bounds. No. Laser controller. No. Obstacle controller. Here it is. Optical controller. Check if hit, destroy game object. So here is where we're destroying it. So destroy game object here. We want to play a sound when we hit this thing. So we can add that into this group. I could add it sort of in between. It doesn't matter that much. What's interesting is, it's not that interesting. I want to reuse my graph here, right? So I kind of want to do a subgraph. It's interesting. I want to create, I suppose, let's see, what do I want to do here? Processing. I would like to be able to effectively reuse my play random sound subgraph. Okay. So I would like to be able to reuse my, I called it pitch randomizer. I need to rename that script. And do all of these things. I'd like to effectively be able to do this. One way I could do this is by creating, so this worked well because I had a laser prefab and I added this to the laser prefab. And then when the laser creates it, it plays when it wakes up. What we could do is, because I want to reuse this as much as possible. Let's reuse this as much as possible. This won't quite work. Okay, so here's how I'm going to do it. Here's how I'm going to do it. We're not going to call this subgraph. Instead, we're going to instantiate a sound effect. Almost feels bad to do it this way, but like in my mind, I'm going like, oh, well, really I should be doing object pulling for this and have like a sound effect pull, and I set the clip and start up. So I'm not creating and destroying objects all the time. But I don't think I need to worry about this for such a simple game. So instead, I'm going to create a prefab down here. I'm going to create a folder in my prefab called sound effects. And I'm going to create a prefab. H. Mendoza, great to have you here. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Good morning indeed. I'm having a blast here with this, but we're going to create a prefab. Can I create a prefab like that? And so this is just going to be our hit sound effect. Or maybe I'll call it meteor hit. And on this, all I'm going to do is I'm going to add in an audio source like that. And it's going to play on wake. And we can add in the script machine as well. We're going to say this thing happens to have, I need to rename pitch randomizer here. Let's rename this. Let's pitch randomizer. Does more than that. And this is going to be our sound effect. I'm just call it sound effect script. It does all of these things. Okay. So now that my meteor spawn, sorry, not my meteor spawner. Now that I have that on my meteor hit, there is a list I need to provide to it. So if I go into my object, we'll see that there's no object variable. And the variable I want is a list called audio clips. This is one thing I wish. So mono behaviors enforce the types here, right? So mono behavior would force this audio clip to exist. So that's one thing that I dislike. So this is a list of audio clip. Is this at runtime I'd say, hey, by the way, there's no variable called audio clips. But we're going to add 2 audio clips here. This is going to be our hit hurt, and our hit hurt 2. And in our script, and this will become a script variable because it's going to be static. Yeah, so in our script here, we are going to go to our obstacle controller. We could add it to the objects if we want. We're going to make it a graph variable. And this graph variable is going to be hit sound effect. Hit sound effect. And it's going to be a game object. And the game object is going to be our meteor hit. This is the sound effect that we're going to use, the meteor hit sound effect. Now that I have that as part of this graph, destroy the game object. We're going to play the sound. We're going to play the sound here. Okay, so we're going to take this sound in. We're just going to say instantiate. And the position doesn't matter in this one. And so we're just going to rewire this here to include it like this. Okay, so we're going to instantiate the hit sound effect. And this should play it. We'll find out here in just a moment. When I hit a meteor, we should get a little sound effect with a variation on it. I did. There's a... What's interesting is I am getting an error saying that audio clip.length is missing. I was hearing it. So that is interesting. These are hard to find. So one thing about the visual scripting I think is challenging. We do have these errors. Let me read this error, see how easy or hard. It feels hard to find these. When you click on them, usually you would click on it and open up the project, your source code where the null reference or whatever happened, but it's part of a flow. Let's see if we can find in here, does it say? Yeah, there's like no, as far as I can tell, there's no reference to the script itself here. But when we go find the reference, it's gonna have a light up, it's gonna be lit up. So this is one thing that is challenging in my mind to debug. This was our obstacle controller. And we instantiate this object, and that is going to be on our sound effect. Oh, it doesn't have it here. Essentially, this length variable, it's saying audio clip is not set. This is fascinating. Let me go into, let's run this. Pause. And let's look at our, we should have a hit, meteor hit. The audio clip is not set yet. The audio clip is not set yet because this is firing before it sets the audio clip. That is interesting. So there is an order issue here. There is an ordering issue. Let me go open up that script. It's our sound effect. This shouldn't happen until play is called. So this needs to be a coroutine. And then this happens here. So this feels long. Part of me doesn't like how long that is. Yeah, part of me doesn't like how long that is. Kind of makes sense. After we hit play, we can get the clip. Let's see if that actually fixes it. Yeah. Not bad. The pew-pews, it's true. So one thing that's gonna be a little bit concerning is I want to have like an options where I can adjust the volume and stuff. Maybe I make it so when you press a button, it'll pause and you have like an audio menu shows up. I do want to be able to add in audio controls, turn down the music, have like a master volume, music volume, and a sound effects volume, because it's going to get it could get a little bit annoying. It may make sense to break these into little subgraphs here. All right, so I'm going to make a subgraph. This one is going to be randomize clip. And we're going to make this, yeah, I want to, like, my graph is getting too long. This feels too long like this to me. So I'm going to simplify it. I'm going to take this and be like, this is just going to be a randomized clip. Here, I'm going to take these, put them in the subgraph. This randomize the clip. We need to make this have an input, invoke, and finish. Wish this was the default here. This will randomize the clip. Okay. So we come in and say randomize clip. The pitch one doesn't matter. And then this is going to be set like wait and destroy type of thing. So a subgraph here. This one's going to be wait for finished. Wait for finished plane. And this graph here is just going to be this part stuff here. Move that into our subgraph so that my graph doesn't feel so long. And I like to keep it simple. Just like when I'm writing code, each little thing does sort of one thing and we can see it all without too much. Some people feel like this is spaghetti. You have to like go in and find these things. Making them descriptive is the hardest part. Finished. Invoke. So connect this here. But I feel like this is a nice way to organize it. So now it's read just a little bit better. Randomize clip, wait for finished plane. There. And I suppose adding the actual destroy at the end might make sense as well. Okay, let's test it here. Yeah, everything seems to be working nicely. I feel like being able to fire the lasers too frequently. So I think I might add in a delay that won't let us fire again right away. We have to wait half a second. Something like that. Although spamming it can be fun. Maybe add in an ammo amount so like your default laser can fire as fast as you want. And then as you get bonuses, you'll want to conserve those. I think that's what we'll do. Okay. Not too bad. Let me do a commit here. Let me save what I have. So that way we can go back in time if we need to. Is this in that folder? This is not. We'll close that. I have too many windows. Here it is. I'm gonna go ahead and do a commit. This is not the right folder either. What's going on here? This is in visual scripting. There it is. Open up this folder. Apparently I didn't have it open at all. Maybe I closed it. Here it is. 32 changes. Ah, there we go. Git commit -m chore add sound effects. Added some music as well. All right, so we got some basic sound effects in there. Really adds to it by doing that. I always feel like the second you start adding in music and sound effects, everything feels great. Maybe I should let the player go all the way to the top of the screen. They sort of get barred from going further than this. I think I am going to change that. It feels weird every time I go above that section and I can't. So I'm going to make it so it goes all the way to the edge or almost to the edge. Let's go to my scene view here. And my player bounds. Let's just increase its size here. Don't want to leave the screen. So we'll scale try 2. Point 1. That feels pretty good there. See what that looks like. Yeah, that feels much better. You basically don't want to be up here because you're going to get hit by asteroids. You're going to be hit by enemies spawning in there. But that's okay. Hey, very nice. That feels better. Let's add in a volume control menu. And a volume control menu. So we can make it so a menu will show up that we can adjust. It'll pause. Can we have it pause the game? Probably what we want to do is have it pause the game. And then allow you to adjust the audio settings. Okay. Have it pause and allow you to adjust the audio settings there. We need to have a key. So I'm going to put it, I think I'm going to put it on my game. Oh, maybe I'll just make a, it's on our canvas here. Let's add in a, I'm going to put these in a subcategory. Create an empty parent. It's going to be text, something like that. I don't know what to call it. We're going to add another game component here. This is going to be called pause screen. Pause screen. I think I can actually just disable all of this stuff. Oh, the Starlight one, I don't think I can, because when the game starts, that's okay. It's okay. I'm going to turn it off for now. We'll call this title/game over screen. Okay, we have a pause screen. My pause screen, let's make it be sort of have some padding here on each side. Maybe we make it so that it is centered. You know what? Let's make it centered. And then we'll give it a width of 400 and a height of, oh, that's interesting that 400 looks so funny to me. I think 540 is the width of my screen here. So we have this size here. Let's see if we got in our Kenny assets go find one as well. But I'm wondering if this comes with a nice UI thing we can use. They're buttons, but not like a UI window. So we got buttons. Let's add in, let's go to Kenny assets. There's some nice UI stuff we can get from Kenny, I think. Let's go to Kenny. Is that not the right one? Kenny assets. I thought it was Kenny.nl. Oh, I spelled Kenny wrong. That's what it was. Okay. And I'm going to look for UI. I think there's a space one. Yeah, this is what I want. All right, so we're gonna use this UI here to create a menu for our game. Go ahead and download these. And let's see. We don't have to add in everything. Unity is actually really good if you have it as an asset in your project, but you don't use it in the actual game. It won't be part of your final build. So Kenny does some really good stuff with that. Okay, which one of these do I want to use? I feel like I really like these windows that are like kind of see-through, but we could also use one of these panels. Let's go with the glass panel here. See how I like it. A glass panel with no corners. Let's come down into our sprites here. And I'm going to add this in. I'm going to create a folder called UI. I'm going to add in our glass panel without corners here. And I want to make this be 9 sliced. And I got to remember how to do that. Is it... I thought it was here. Full rect. Do I do multiple? How do I make it 9 sliced? I thought there was an, oh, advanced. Interesting. All right, let's do a quick Google. I forgot how to do 9 slice. Unity 9 slice. Nine slicing makes it so that it scales really nice, so that the corners don't scale, the edges and corners don't scale, but the inside does. Mesh type. Okay, so it's almost there, full rect. Okay, I guess I need to do just full rect here. And then we're going to say we set these to our corners. So notice I want to include this corner here. Like this, come far enough in on each one of these. Come on. On higher res, I've noticed one thing. I have a higher resolution monitor. I've upgraded this monitor. I've found getting my mouse dexterity is not as good. So I'm going to apply this here as a 9 slice. Okay. So now what I can do is we're going to add an image to our pause screen. Let's create a UI image. And we're going to make this be this glass panel. I am going to, do I have to change anything? I swear there was an option to set to 9 slice. We're going to have this just fill up this whole space. Okay. That looks pretty good. I think that looks pretty good. That pop up there. Is it opaque? Let's see. We can see through it. So the default is, it's just part of the PNG has the alpha level included. So just so you can see what it would be like if I didn't 9 slice it, let me go into my sprites here. Let's turn off the 9 slicing. What looks the same? Why do I have to do any of that? All right, let's turn off the 9 slicing here. Just make it like this. It's gonna scale funny now. So hit apply. See how it scales the whole image now? When we had the 9 slice, it says, well, these parts of the image don't scale. And then the inner part here is basically one color, and that inner part scales, but we don't want the edges to scale. So let's go back to the 9 slice here. I wish I had just like an undo option. A commit would have been nice there. Let's go ahead and slice this back out. Really, really useful. This is one of the things about using an engine. If you weren't using an engine, you would probably have to do this yourself if you're writing it from scratch. All right, so now that we have that, it scales nicely. No matter what size this window is, so let's take my pause screen now. No matter what size this window is, it scales those corners perfectly. So you can have a panel over here, panel over here, panel over there. We don't have to create different panels for different sizes. It resizes nicely. All right, so we have this. We're going to add some text on it. We'll say paused or something. We'll have some sliders to do some stuff. We'll call this background or panel. I don't know. Panel. Add some text. I'm going to duplicate some of my other text here. Let's take the title text. We'll put this in my panel like that. In our panel, what I want to do, I'm going to add in a flow so things will flow from top to bottom and scale nicely. So vertical layout group. So this thing, we're going to put it at the top. We're going to control the child width. So we're not going to allow things to get wider than us. All right, so Captain Starlight, this becomes pause text. And we're just going to, maybe we could say Captain Starlight, but say paused. And then we're going to add in some sliders in here. So I'm going to add some sliders in. The cool thing now, because I have this flow going top to bottom, as I add things in, it will just automatically place them for us. We don't have to worry about the placement anymore. So let's add in a UI here. We're going to add in a slider like that. And then I sort of want this to have, I guess we could put a an icon next to it, but I really just want this to have two things side by side. So left, right. Oh, I guess I could put it top to bottom as well. So I suppose I could do this, and this one will say music volume, and we'll say music volume, and we'll make the font on these ones a little bit smaller. Notice there's a ton of space in it. So what we can do is on our panel, this is because we're expanding the height. Notice the expand height says take up all the space inside of this component. If I reduce that down, it won't do that. And then for my slider, notice again, this is saying control the width. We can expand the width as well. I'm going to turn off expand width. And so we're going to say this will allow us to control our own size. So we don't necessarily have to do these things. Expand. We could if we wanted to. We can also just say upper center here. So I'm going to turn off these. These will do a variety of different adjustments for us. And oftentimes we want them all off. Sometimes we want them on nicely to expand and make things evenly spaced out inside. Sort of up to you what you want to do. But on this one, I have my music volume, and then this feels a little bit too wide. So a couple things you could do, I could set it directly here. So I could take this width and scale it down until it's the size that I want. 250. I could also add in some components to say, by the way, this thing likes to be a specific size. I'm going to make this so the volume default starts at 0.5. Oh no, start at 1. By default, we're going to say 50% volume like that. Okay, so we have a slider. Let's add in as well. We're going to add in a sound effect slider as well. It's interesting that it chose to put them in that order. SFX volume, SFX slider, music slider. I'm not sure how I'm going to do this with Visual Script, and I need to get a reference and like have events that say when this thing changes, update some stuff. SFX volume. All right, so we have music volume, SFX volume, and then just have like a close button. So let's add in a button. And the font here is horrible. We'll call this close. Button. Close. And let's change the font to our joystick font. There we go, close. That looks all right. The spacing from those is pretty bad. So let's add in some padding maybe. There's a couple options. I could add in an object and get the specific padding that I want. I could also, in my panel here, set spacing to 20, so there's a little bit more space. But I liked the spacing it had before. Maybe another option would take these. I like these being close together. So maybe I create an empty parent around these two things. And this is going to be called a labeled slider. And then this one, I can add in a horizontal, vertical layout group like that. Same thing, upper center, so that those are tightly spaced together, but then there's space between those things. So we could do this. Let's add another parent here. And as you go through, you will often start creating prefab for these. Labeled slider. And again, this one, we're going to add in a vertical layout group, upper center, like that. So the spacing's a little bit tighter on those, but between them, there's a decent amount of spacing. Now that I have this, I can actually take my pause screen size here and I can say, okay, well now I know that I only need to be this big. There we go, game paused, close. We'll make this close the window and start the game. I've not done visual scripting on this component yet, so we got to figure out how. I know how to get it to pop up. Okay, so I know how to get it to pop up. I don't know how to, I guess we're gonna have to register events on it for clicking the buttons, like scene buttons, that kind of thing. And I'm curious how that will work. But I'm gonna start by on my pause screen, seeing if I add in a script machine and creating a controller for our pause menu. Pause screen controller. Add that into my scripts like this. And I'm wondering, and this object here, I'm going to need references to these things, I suppose, but I'm curious if on button click, so there is an on button click, and I suppose I could add this directly to our close button as well. But you notice there's a this reference. What I think I can do is instead, I'm going to say, okay, well, my pause screen is going to have a close button, and it's going to be it doesn't have to be a game object. Technically, let's see if it'll let me do this. I'm curious. So on button click, which button? The close button. Okay, when the close button is clicked, we're just going to set this to not be active. All right, we're going to make my graph a little bit bigger here. Game object dot set active false. And this happens to be my whole menu. So let's see what that does. So I have my pause screen here. Okay, that fires that trigger there. Cool. Cool. Juan, long time no see. How the heck have you been? Hope you've been doing well, my friend. We are preparing for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam coming up in a couple of days, 2-ish weeks, a little bit less than exactly 2 weeks, actually. Exactly 2 weeks, June 19th. So in the spirit of learning new things, I am learning about visual scripting. And I'm kind of loving it. I personally think I prefer text-based coding, so like C# scripting, but there's a lot of merit here. There's a lot of really nice things about it. For example, I have this running here, and when I click this button, we can like watch the script happen. We can like watch the script occur. So some cool stuff going on there. So when I click that button, we activate that. I also want to make it so when the slider changes here, it's going to update the music. So I actually am going to have a variable here saved in my program. All right, a variable here saved in my program called music volume, like this. That guy Doru, welcome back. It's great to see you again. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And the volume is going to be a float. Installed, you need to learn instead of the outdated Construct 2 I used for my first game. Gotcha. I've heard good things about Construct 2. Not Construct 2. Is it on Construct 3? I've heard good things about Construct. I've never used it, but I've seen some really cool things from just a learning perspective. I think that is awesome. I think it's awesome. So we have this variable volume. We're going to be able to get and set these values. Okay, so one thing I want to do is say on enabled. Okay, when our menu opens up, we want to set the value of our slider here to be whatever the music volume is. Whatever the music volume is. When we move the slider, we want to change the music volume and save it. So we're going to end up saving the value. So I'm curious how this will work. I've never done this, but the idea of having these saved variables is really, really cool to me. I'm assuming this saves in like the user settings, but this is like this feels like a really nice feature. Any object reference are not supported. That makes sense. Okay. So for music volume, when we enable, I need to have a reference here to my music slider. So we're going to call this our music slider, like this. And this one is going to be a slider component. Okay, let me do that. I'm not sure if that's actually what it is. Makes it easy relative to other engines. Yeah. And it builds for the web, right? It's like JavaScript. Is it JavaScript? Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure it's JavaScript. All right, so we have our music slider. Cool. So when we enable, I want to set, let's do slider.value, set value. We're going to set the value to our music volume. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so I'm curious here. If I set this to 1, there it goes. You saw the music volume change there? Oh, maybe not. It's kind of hard to see. Whatever my music volume value is, so it's 1. So down here, you notice it's not set to 1. But I set it to 1, boom, updates it. All right, so whatever the value happened to be, 0.5, I think maybe 0.25 or something is what we'll start on. Let's start with 0.25. All right, that's going to be the initial music volume value. Now, what I want to do is when we adjust the slider, wish I had this in a good spot so you guys could always see. Maybe I make my, maybe I'll update my chat to not take up so much space. Maybe that's what I'll do. I feel like the chat on screen isn't always that useful. Someone tell me, maybe in a YouTube comment. I know YouTubers, people on YouTube watch. If you're on YouTube and you see this video and you like the chat, leave a comment saying you like the chat to be on screen. And people here in the chat, if you happen to be here, I know we got a lot of lurkers, which is awesome. But if you like the chat being on the screen, let me know. I've gone back and forth on it. I think it's good for people watching on mobile or watching the VODs later. So this slider, though, I want to say when the slider changes. All right, so do we have an on slider value change? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. We can do this. Chat on screen is good. Gotcha. All right, I'm going to leave it on screen then. Just for now, though, I'm going to have it off so we can see this. So when our music slider value changes, I want to set the value here. All right, so we're going to set value, set variable. All right, this is going to be a saved variable. And the saved variable is going to be our music volume. And the value we're going to set it to is this. I missed. All right. So now, I believe when we set this value, I'm imagining we're going to see it change in saved. Yeah, look at that. As I change the, I love this about here. You can watch this happen as my music volume changes. It saves that value. Now, whatever I had it set to last time, when I come back, it's going to set to that value. I love that. I love that. The last thing I need to do is I'm going to have a custom event that things can listen to. So my audio sources are going to have to know, my music one in particular, we're going to add in a trigger custom event. And the custom event we're going to trigger, I'm going to make it be on my game controller. Maybe I should create something called audio controller, but I'm going to say that I'm going to make it so people can listen to my game controller. And oh, that was the wrong one. My game controller on volume changed. This be on music volume changed. So we want to be able to actually adjust the music volume on music volume changed. Okay, so we're going to trigger that. I'll put the chat back on. Maybe I could just make it so that some of this stuff shows up above it. So on music volume changed. Now in my, I don't think I have a script on my music here. My music doesn't have a script. But what now I need to do is make it so that way when this music here, we're going to add a script. I'm just going to embed this. Or maybe it's like can be some kind of audio listener, music audio listener. I'm just going to do an embedded one. And if I find that I need to put this in multiple places, I will. Music volume controls. Okay, we're going to edit this graph. On start, we have an object graph here. We need a reference to our audio source. So we're going to create an audio source like this. And it's going to be this one. All right, so we have our audio source here. And we're going to say when we start, we're just going to set our volume on this thing. So on start, audio source dot set volume, set volume. Boom, we're going to set this thing's audio source. And the volume we're going to set to is whatever our saved variable is, our music volume. So when we load up, we have the value from our previous saved here. Let's change the order here just so it feels, to me, it looks nicer. So when we start up, we set the volume. And then I also want to use, I want to do this when my volume changes. Dragon Spirit, I'm having an absolutely fantastic, wonderful Wednesday. I hope you are too. Good morning, my friend. It's great to see you. How the heck have you been? Folks, don't forget to go check out Dragon Spirit Games. Incredible game dev. Working on a game called Gaia. Thank you so much for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat added to the set. Folks, go check out Dragon Spirit Games. Incredible stuff going on. The Bob Ross of pixel art is what I've heard. That's what I've heard. That's what they say. How are you doing, my friend? I am playing around with visual scripting in Unity, and I'm having a blast doing it. In the spirit of Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, Dragon Spirit Games, Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, coming up June 19th, over $700 in prizes. Go check it out. And just by learning something new, you're automatically entered to win $50 drawing. So anyone who submits something, anyone who shares what they learn with the community, be entered to win $50. I hope you'll consider joining. So the next thing I need to do here is on custom event. Just custom event. Custom event. And the event that we're going to look at, I need to add one more thing here. There's a custom event here that's going to have one argument. It's going to be the volume change. I guess we don't need to be one argument, so we have the value saved. To finish it, look, you do your best. We just got to do our best. I just finished the Game Dev TV Game Jam. How did it go? Deval X Swang, welcome to the stream. So sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that. Feel free to correct me. Dev Al X Swang, welcome to the stream today. Now, Dev Al X Swang, welcome to the stream, my friend. Dev Alex Ong, maybe, possibly. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Feel free to correct me if I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. I'm realizing this event should have the volume that was changed. So this was on music volume changed like this. When the music volume changes, I'm just going to set the volume again. So audio source here. And then the value that's coming through is going to be the volume that was set. Okay, so we're almost there. This is also going to be part of our game controller. I could potentially have an audio controller as well. This will be our game controller like this. Okay, so when our game controller receives an on music volume change, it's going to propagate that out. Went pretty okay, submitted within the last hour, but getting some very nice feedback. Feel free to share a link to it if you have it, Dragon Spirit. I don't know if I'll check it out today, but also share it on the Discord if you haven't already. I'd love to see it there. Maybe we'll take a chance and look at it in a little bit. I need to go to my game controller. or where my pause screen here, our script, this needs to accept one argument, and that's the value that it was changed to. All right, so our game controller, the value that was changed, I'm pretty sure if we look here, I'm pretty sure the value that got set, it's the new value coming out. I don't know, it might be the old value. I'm actually not sure if it is the old value. I'm gonna take the value from here. All right, so notice whatever the value change came through. Let's see if this adjusts our volume. I'm curious if this will work. There we go. And that's how we get this slider. Dragon Spirit, check this out. This is so cool. This is so cool. The visual scripting, we can see the data flowing through. So when the slider value changes, we can see the value coming out here. We see the number, we see how it flows through the program. This, I was curious, let's check this out. I was curious what value this is. And it is the value that was set, I think. Let's try it. Let's move this all the way up. Yeah, it's the value that was set. So I can just use that value for clarity. In my mind, the clarity of this coming through is a little bit better. Science, Balit, how you been, my friend? I hope you're doing well. Science, have you heard the word? Game jam. Game jam is the word. I don't know. I haven't used Unreal, but I think some people are saying that it doesn't. I want to learn some more of Unreal this month. My goal is to learn a bunch of new things, dip my feet, get my toes wet in a variety of different things. And one of them that I want to get them dipped in is Unreal a little bit. I want to do Unreal. I want to do Blender. I want to do what doesn't Unreal? So someone was telling me, tell me if this is true, GT. I know you use Unreal. We can visualize as these events happen, it visualizes the values flowing through. And then the thing that I really like is these numbers show up here, right there. The value, the data, you can see it transform throughout the graph in runtime while it's running. GT, I know you do do you do blueprints? I think you do. Balint, how have you been? I hope you've been well, folks. Don't forget to check out the incredible Science. No, not Science. The Science. If you love science, if you love nature, if you love exploring breathtaking biology, go check out Science. Incredible science communicator, a streamer, genius. Go check him out. You don't get the value to show up, but the white arrows show. I generally use C++. Yeah, so I'm super new to this. Science, we are learning all about... not all about. We're trying to learn new things for Learn You a Game Jam. If anyone new here doesn't know about Learn You a Game Jam, it's time to learn a little bit about Learn You a Game Jam. Coming up on June 19th. 14 days, almost 2 weeks away here. Almost 2 weeks away. 2 weeks and 20 seconds. By the end of this talk, it'll be exactly 2 weeks away. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to what this guy has to say. Let's listen to what this guy has to say about it. Hello and welcome to Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator, and Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you. Just Clarification, 2 people this year will win $250, one for the best blog, one for the best video or audio blog. So written blog gets the best written blog. Our favorite written blog will win $250, and our favorite video/podcast blog vlog will win as well. Just for learning something. Join the Discord, check us out on Twitch, and we hope you have a wonderful time with this game jam. We'll see you there. Redoni, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here. Dragon Spirit with the bonus hat. Let's get this bonus hat added to the stack. Here we go. Can I do it? Let's see. Not even close. Try again. Almost. One more time. I can't do it. I'm so bad at it. Hats are too light. They don't flip well. It's not like the bottle flip. The bottle flip's hard too, but it feels like it tries to flip the right way. Yeah, so join Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam. You know you want to. You know you want to learn something new. Your game doesn't even have to work. You just learn something. Submit a broken game. That's fine. You can still win with a broken game if you learn something. Just tell us what you learned. Okay, here we go. And in the spirit of that, we're learning about visual scripting, and we just set up our music volume controller. We're going to do our sound effects volume controller now. And it's essentially going to be it's going to be all this same stuff here, these 2 things, and we're just going to swap out the variable. Yeah, you can go check it out last year. Might even be here. Yeah, this is last year's entries. Here's last year's stuff. And you can find on all of the submissions, every submission here, not all of them. Some people didn't submit. You didn't have to submit the submission. Do not wish to opt in. So it's opt in. You don't have to submit. 14 regrets. Did they opt in? So here is this person's devlog blog.
Hi, I'm Munsif, and today I present to you the devlog of my game for Learn You a Game Jam.
This is so cool.
And of course, what have I learned in this project? This game has been created by me, only one person, with a period of...
It's amazing. I think people learned a ton. I know I learned a ton. It's not about your ranking on whether or not you win. It's just how much you learned. It's so cool. Some people wrote I think this one actually won the $250 prize. So here is the blog that won $250 last year. And this was just so extensive. There were so many good videos that I felt like this year we had to make a new category. I'm pretty sure these people, this is a brother and sister. I think they're high schoolers, brother-sister combo. Their blog was amazing. So much stuff here. They produced such a good blog about how all their stuff worked. Super educational. But it was close. It was so hard to pick these. We ended up, this is a great blog. So this is the winner from last year. Maybe I should put a link to this as the winner from last year. And there were several people. The reason I decided to do 2 different categories is the videos. There were so many good educational videos that I felt like they're kind of a different category of itself. The type of effort you have to put into them is different. And so I decided to do 2 different categories this year, one for best written blog and one for best audio video blog as well. So awesome. That said, now I'm gonna have to watch a million videos. We watched them all last time, but I'm worried people are gonna make these giant videos or giant series this time. We'll see what happens. But yeah, join Learn You a Game Jam. Awesome stuff. I'm super excited about it. Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam coming up 13 days, 2 weeks away. 2 weeks away. Anyone can win. Anyone and everyone can win. And just by submitting, just by learning something, you definitely win. Yeah, so Atani, there's like a little bit of that of I'm worried about that. I think one thing that we discussed about the blog that this brother sister put together is it's really long. And so it's hard to get all the information quickly, but we felt it was so long, it was so thorough. It wasn't just long for the sake of being long, it was thorough and provided so much value that we thought it deserved the win. Okay, so now this one here, I'm going to duplicate this. We have another slider. All this is sort of the same. And so it kind of might deserve a subgraph, but it's so small, I don't think it does. Instead, we're going to have a saved variable. This is going to be SFX volume. And we'll have the default value set to 0.4. Okay, SFX volume. And we're just going to swap it out here. And this is going to be on, rather than music volume changed, SFX volume changed. This is going to be our, oh, we need a reference to our SFX slider. And this is going to be a slider. It's going to be our SFX slider like that. And now we should just say, okay, when the sound effects slider, we're going to get the value from the sound effects slider. We're going to set our sound effects volume like that. And then this will be our SFX slider. Okay. We should be able to run this. And if I adjust my sound effects volume, stop the game, run it again, it jumps to wherever it was. So we can save this easily now between gameplays. So this will even work in the web, which is going to be super cool. I am super interested for web compilation. I am so interested in how fast my builds are going to be using this. Because for the builds, changing the C# code makes the builds take forever. For web builds. For normal builds, it's not so bad. I am curious, making changes to this graph, how quickly the builds will come out. I'm super curious about that. Let's go into our game, our sound effects. Yeah, so we have another script here, which is going to be our, where's my project? Let me make another one of these, hang on. You guys can't see it, but I have stuff going on the other screen as well. But I can switch down here if I need to show you. In my scripts, my sound effects script, I need to, on start, we're going to add one for setting the volume. Yeah. So on start, let's create another one here. Oops. The audio source. Come on through. We're going to set the volume. It's going to be audio source dot set volume. Okay. And it's going to be on this audio source. Fox Hollow Games. Welcome into the stream, folks. Be sure to give Fox Hollow Games some love. Fox Hollow Games, how have you been? What have you been working on? Got any links for us? I think you probably have permission. I'm just going to do the permit here just in case. What have you been working on? Send us some links. Tell us all about it. We're going to set the volume to our... Ooh, the saved variables don't show up here. That's interesting. That is interesting. I know that there's going to be a value called SFX volume. That is interesting that I have to redefine them here. So I know that there's going to be an SFX volume. Let's switch back to our other script just to look at that. This is our pause screen controller. This, I wish there was a manifest somewhere where I could have these be type safe. I don't like that switching between these. All right, so our sound effects, it's going to come from our SFX volume. Make sure that this is saved here. That is, oh, it is here though. That is interesting that it doesn't show up here. Just announced our next jam. Send us a link. Send us a link. Which jam are you gonna do? Are you gonna do the? Are you running a jam, or are you saying you're gonna do Pirate Software Jam? Or sorry, not Pirate Software. I know. Are you saying you're announcing which jam you're going to do, or you're announcing that you're running a jam? Sorry, I didn't mean to say. I know Pirate Software happens to start right after mine as well. That's why in my mind there was like 7 things happening all at the same time. So we're gonna set our volume based on our SFX volume here. Oh, you're running your own jam. That's awesome. That's awesome. Starts right after ours. How long is it? It's a week-long jam, it looks like. Oh. A game jam is a short event where you and others work together to create a small game. There's usually restriction on the kinds of games you can make, typically centered around a theme. Game jams are incredibly helpful for developing new skills, refining your ability to estimate workloads, network with others, and contain scope. Even more importantly, they help you build relationships with other people who are passionate about making games. The announcement trailer for the jam was getting bulldozed by Thor's dates. Yeah, I know Thor's is what, July 15th or something like that. This is perfect. This is right between ours. I'm probably gonna join this one. Let's go ahead and join it for now. Because mine ends on July 3rd. And so this might be a nice way for me to ease back into some other stuff. It's 7 days, which is nice. All right. Yeah, so not right in between them, because it's gonna be my summer, right? July 18th is my partner's birthday, so this works out nicely being before. That's one thing about Thor's game jam, the Pirate Software game jam, is it's like right around a time where I have some other plans. So I'm like, I don't think I'll be able to do that one, but this one's going to be, I think, perfect. It's going to nestle right in there for me. Very cool. All work must be completed solo. No teams are allowed in the gauntlet. Very cool. Well, thank you. We'll be jamming back to back together. Let's do it. I love it, Fox Hollow. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. I need to read a little bit more. I'm assuming, let's see. All work must be done, all asset use must be created within the time frame. No external asset packs or code snippets are allowed. Built-in engine capabilities allowed, but plugins are not. So no external libraries. Let me ask that question. Like no external libraries. What about things? Oh, there's casual and gauntlet. Gotcha. I'm probably gonna do the gauntlet. Gauntlet looks cool. Let me ask. So if I was in Unity, could I do any Unity registry packages? So things like Cinemachine for doing like easy camera stuff, Pro Builder for drawing, like creating 3D environments, tile map editor. So for example, doing tile maps is a package you have to add. My question would be, can I use that, or does it all have to be just like the core stuff? So not any, I won't get anything from the asset store, but things that are in the Unity registry, like packages that Unity provides. So I would love some clarification on that. Yeah. And then if it's built in there, that's totally fine. So I have to explicitly go into like the Unity. Okay. I think you answered my question. If it's built into Unity, I can use it. Okay. That seems fair. Then I also have like the spirit of the rules for the plugins for not create content for you. Gotcha. To not create content for you. Gotcha. Okay. Got it. Awesome. This is exciting. I love this. No generative AI can make it into the final submission. Good. For me, right? Most incorporate both the theme and the design principle. Oh, this is so cool. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. It's the spirit is you are making everything yourself. You're doing all of the stuff yourself. By the end of the 3rd day, even better. Keep it shorter for me. It will be automatically enrolled into the casual track. Okay, I'm gonna go for it here. So July 5th, 6th, and 7th are gonna be some hardcore days for me. Well, and then we may decide, I'm gonna go to casual. And then if it's too much, I'll just switch to casual. I like it. Oh, I love that you get a design principle and a theme revealed. What a cool idea. Thank you so much for sharing that with our community. Okay. One thing that is interesting here, this pause menu lets us adjust the volume. I'm curious here. I'm gonna turn the volume down. All right, I can't start my game because this, let me enable my fire text. What's disabled? I can't tell if the volume is actually down. I think it is. I think it is. Oh, thank you so much for sharing. I had no idea. I'm super excited about it. That's gonna be so cool. Let me go into my sound effects script here. These are not. Doesn't look like these are firing. Yeah, it's not pulling this out. I don't understand. I'm a little confused with that. Don't understand. Let's go into. Why is the? Because if I set this to 0, yeah, we still hear it. It is getting it from SFX volume. Okay. Here's how we can really test it. Set this to 0. Okay, it is working. It is getting it from there. Okay, well, never mind. Right, now we need to make it so that when there's one other little thing, when the audio volume does change. So it's unlikely to happen. Maybe we have a long sound effect and we want to adjust that sound as we go. We need to do a custom event. Okay. We're going to say when our game controller, this one's a little bit harder, has an on SFX volume changed, we essentially want to do this. We can't quite do it. I'm gonna have to duplicate it because we get a value coming through. I need to change a little bit here. We're gonna get the component and then we're gonna change it that way. Okay. So we have to say whatever the new volume is, we're gonna change it. So we'd need a long sound effect to test that. It could be like some speech or something like that. Let's create. I always like to do this silly thing of when the sound effects change, it says your sound card works perfectly. Let's go get that sound clip. So let's go into my sound effects here. I'm gonna get the your sound card works perfectly sound. Let's go find it real quick. Should be my D drive. Dungeon Crawler Jam. Oh, hang on. Captain Coder here. Dungeon Crawler Jam. Let's take our sounds. What is it called? Sound check. Here it is. Sound check. Your sound card works perfectly. There it is. Your sound card works. Your sound card works perfectly. So we're gonna do a sound check. When we change the sound effect volume, we will spawn that sound check in, or we're gonna modify it. So in this panel, this is interesting. This is interesting. I gotta do something a little bit different here, but let's add in a sound check. We're gonna add in a thing here, sound check. This will not play on start. And instead, this is gonna have, I'm realizing a lot of these almost everything here. But once these two things. This one for sure. Let's go into our sound check. We're going to add in script machine. We're going to just embed this. Here. We get the audio source. We'll change it whenever, when the game controller sends the audio change in, we adjust it. And now in our pause screen, let's add a reference to our sound check like this. This is going to be an audio source. And we're going to say whenever our on slider change, SFX volume. Saw, welcome back to the stream. How you doing, friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. What are you up to? Why am I having so much trouble doing this? Hang on, there it is. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you so much for being here. What have you been up to? What are you working on? So on SFX volume changed. Okay. We also want to do one more thing, and that is if our audio source is not playing, audio source not playing. Okay. I'm going to say if our audio source is not playing, let's go ahead and play it. And then we'll do audio source dot play like that. So if it's not playing, let's go ahead and play it. Your sound card works perfectly. Your sound card works perfectly. Your sound so we can adjust the volume and hear it. Your sound card works perfectly. Sorry, that audio is probably way loud. Your sound card works perfectly. Your sound card works perfectly. Golden Axe style, exactly. You know, I think of the old Warcraft sound effects setting. KV Milos, welcome back to the stream. Congratulations on your number 22. First one I've seen using this is the first time I've used Unity visual scripting for this project. Is the only time I've ever used it. I'm enjoying it. There's things about it that are really cool. My biggest complaint with it is the lack of examples. The documentation is actually quite good, but I feel like it's good because I've had a lot of practice reading documentation. Or I'm talking to everyone. Oh, you're asking Fox Hollow and talking to you. I think he's talking to me because of the sound card works perfectly. Your sound card works perfectly. Oh, maybe not. I missed that text there. New game, dungeon side scroller. Gotcha. Lance, I hope all is well, my friend. Have a beautiful day. Thank you so much for hanging out. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Yeah, Golden Axe is an awesome game. Here is something, check this out. This is something I love about, I'm really enjoying about the visual scripting is watch this trigger. This trigger is my slider value change. This is when my sound effects value changes. Watch the data flow through this graph. For debugging, this is so cool. Look at that. We can see the data flowing through as I modify. Every time I modify it, it propagates through the graph, and you can watch that propagation, and you can watch the values change. So this is the value coming in. It's so cool. I think for my students, from a learning perspective, it's just going to be so good. We can also see the value of the variable. So if you're ever confused, like, why isn't this value working? What is the value? You can go and look at it. You can just go look at this value in the graph. What is it doing? How is it transforming? How's the data changing over time? Okay. So
sound card works perfectly.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds frustrating. All right, so we got this audio control stuff going on in here. This graph's getting a little bit chunky, but all of these things are like one-off events here. So all these are one-off events here. It does feel a little bit chunky. I might want to refactor this a little bit into separate little pieces, but if I ended up needing to add one more, I think I would. Here's what I'm going to do, though, to try and organize this. I'm going to take all of these components here. These are our events. Oh. Why can't I select these? There we go. I really want there to be an organize button, but let's align these on their right edge here. So we're going to say all of these are the events that happen. So it's sort of like organized top to bottom, event. Okay. And I'm going to space it out a little bit here. Like that. Can I grab just these? I can. Let's try and space this stuff out just a little bit. Little misclick there. So it does feel like it can get a little bit hectic on these. Okay. But this is my pause screen. This is all the code. These are all the scripts for my pause screen. I am really curious about the build times on these. I think it's going to be fast. My initial thought is it's going to be fast. Let me finish this pause screen. I want to make it so that way we can, when this is open, what do I want to do is a question. For pausing the game, I think I'm going to set the game's scale to 0 to pause the game. We need to make it so you can open this pause menu. Okay, so let's do a thing. Let's turn on their title screen. Let's turn off my pause screen here. What button should open up the pause screen? Usually I make it escape, but that doesn't work well in the web browser. I could add a button to the screen. So that's one option, add a button to the screen that makes it so that you can turn the pause screen on and off. The pause screen like this, actually, and I'm going to turn the panel off. And I'm going to actually add a button in here. Let's go into our scene. I'm going to add a button. Ooh, I need to add in one more. Oh, this is centered in the middle, I think. No, that panel takes up the whole thing. Let's change this to just be centered. Okay. This is our panel. My pause screen, I'm going to make this take up the whole screen. Make sure my panel didn't resize with that. It didn't. And I want to add in like a gear. Let's go to Kenny UI assets. Do I have Kenny open here? I want a gear icon. All right, assets, UI. I just want a gear icon. Let's see if we can find gear. Let's look for gear. The UI icon. Was there one here? Yeah, I want a gear icon. It doesn't matter. It can be pixel. It can be pixel. I've had one before. I've used them many times. I just wanted to have a little gear icon that will show up in the top left corner of my screen. Something like this would be fine. Make sure it's CC0. Is it yours? Is it public domain? It doesn't have to be public domain. I just need to make sure I have permission to use it. I'm just surprised there's not, what if I search for, you bought the license, doesn't mean I can use it. So keep in mind, if you purchased an icon, you cannot distribute it typically. It's for your use in your projects. This will work. I like these. There it is. I want this gear icon. Let's download these. Go ahead and send it along. We might still use it. Okay. So again, using another Kenny asset here. Big fan of Kenny assets. I've paid for all of the Kenny assets. It's just easier to look for them on the site. All right, PNG. Okay. Let's add in gear. Here it is. So I got our gear icon. Let's add that into our sprites. And I'm going to add it to my UI. All right, so what I want to do is I'm going to add a button. All right, so on my pause screen, I want to add in a UI here. This is going to be a button that I can click. And this button, we're just going to put it in the top left corner. And we're going to put it out a little bit, 10 and 10. Ooh, minus 10. All right, so we're going to shift it down a little bit. Rather than using the source image sprite here, I want to change it to my gear. So now we have the gear. I'm going to remove the text from it like that. So get rid of the text. And then let's set it to just be 30 by 30. So we have the gear icon up there. Let's see if it gets the highlight stuff by default. The nice thing about it being white, yeah, when I click it, see how it highlights nicely? Because it's this color, I can actually change the color of it if I want. I can change the albedo here. Yeah. I like that. Kind of like the whites there, but we have a little gear icon there. I'm also going to make it so if you press backspace, the menu will open up. But yeah, the little icon there. Oh, the close now needs to do something slightly different. Close needs to do something slightly different. So let's go into our pause screen controller. And we have our close button here. And we don't want to disable the whole pause screen. We want to disable just the panel. So this is going to have our pause panel. And this is just going to be a game object. I'm going to pull that in here. So this is our panel. And we're going to disable our panel. Oops, wrong button. Like that. Okay. And then we need another one that turns it on or toggles it. So I'm going to create another one here. Rather than having a close button, we're going to have our options button. Yeah, so the commercial licenses, that's normal. Usually if you want a redistributable license, it's usually thousands of dollars. So this is why open source stuff is so important to me, because all of my repositories and stuff are public and I don't want to get in trouble unintentionally. It's easy to make mistakes. So I tend to buy a lot of things but the license to redistribute, you couldn't redistribute it as a even like a GitHub repository. Yeah. So my guess is you're not allowed to redistribute it. That's pretty normal. All right, so we're gonna make this a button. And the button here is the, let me rename that options button or gear button, gear button. We'll pull that in here. We're gonna say that this is our options button. There it is, options button. We click the options button. We're going to turn it on, but really I want to toggle it. So if I close this, I click the gear button, it opens. And I can close it. Open, close. I want to make it so if I click it again, it'll toggle it on or off. And so what I can do is I can say, well, I don't need to duplicate the whole thing. Get this value, and we're going to do game object dot is active. Ooh, active. Get active. Okay, so this will turn a Boolean whether or not we are active. And I want to turn it to whatever the opposite value is. So I want to find the negation of it. So we'll do a negate operator like this, and we'll plug that in. So I'm just going to shift this up a little bit. I'm going to stack these a little bit so we can see it there. Proton with the hat. Let's get another hat on this stack. Thank you so much. We're just going to negate this value. So it should turn it on or off. Oh, that did not work. Oh, it's because it's saying whether my options is on or off. We want to get our panel. This should be our pause panel like this. All right, so now I can turn it on and off. I can close it there. I'm going to make it so that way I can press escape to toggle it on and off as well. But yeah, this code toggles it. So I'm going to make this all one. This will be a subgraph. So we're going to call this multiple times. I don't know if we need to. We need another key here. If we press a button, it'll open it up. Proton, how the heck have you been? Let's get a hat. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you there. Thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get another hat on this stack. Boom. Great to see you. GT got an update on my portal camera project. I posted in Discord. What do you think of it? Let's take a look. Let's take a look here. You hit me at a good time to take a look. Thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat on here. Tom's, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's get another hat on the stack, folks. Thank you so much. We're fixing to take a break here in a second. We've been going for almost 90 minutes since our last break. Another hat. Let's get another hat on there. Thank you so much for the hats. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's getting a little corny. The stream's a little corny, some people might say. Let's take a look here in our portals. Oh, you posted it in general. There is, just so you know, there is a forum for Mechanically Challenged as well. Best portal projection yet, just need to fix the shadows. Please tell me how. Oh, that's so cool. That is so cool. Wow. No worries, GT. I don't think a lot of people know that there's this here. It's like me and Oryx and Tani. That's it. So I need to make it. It's like hard to. It's like not quite as clear. So you're so close. You're so close. That looks awesome. That looks awesome. I do need to take a break here. I want to finish this one last thing here. All right, so we're gonna add in on keyboard input. All right, I'm gonna make it when we press backspace. Backspace, where are you? I don't want it to be escape. Maybe enter backspace. Okay, there it is. When we press backspace, do this. Okay. Okay, so backspace does it. We can click this button. I also want it to pause our game. Time dot set speed. How do I change set scale? Scale time. How do I time dot set time scale to 0? Okay. This will pause it. I think this will make it so that the game doesn't work at all because it sets the time scale to 0. We want it to set the time scale based on whether the menu is open or closed. Okay. So what I want to do is on our pause menu, we're going to say on enable, set timescale to 0. So when we enable this, we set the timescale to 0. On disable, set the timescale to 1. All right, so our game will actually start out paused now. Oh no. I really thought that was going to work. On disabled, I think I realize now that I only need to calculate the camera position once. Let's make sure that that's 1 is the correct value here. Yeah. Why doesn't it? I'm surprised. On disable. Is this not firing? Apparently this is not. Oh, this needs to be. This needs to be on my panel. The actual panel itself. Okay. So this isn't quite right. I need to add in an if statement here. Okay. So we're going to say if, it's not too bad. If this value, one of these two things, in one case we turn it on, in the other case we turn it off. Only, sorry. So one of these will be 1, one will be a false. And I have it backwards. So let's swap these out. This will be 1, this will be 0. There we go. And what's interesting is, yeah, there's some interesting thing. So because otherwise I get the hat stack overflow. I want to essentially, my streams are usually only 3 hours long. So it's sort of like you can do it once per stream. But if I have a longer stream, you can do it more often. But the cooldown is per person. It's per person. So each person can send me 1 hat. Each person can send me 1 hat. And then there's a bonus hat if you want to spend some extra points. You can get 2 hats for 1,050. Tawny, there you go. See, exactly. So they can get the hat stack overflow. Let's get another hat on here. Gilgamesh, great to see you, my friend. Captain Coder here on this beautiful, beautiful Wednesday. Gilgamesh, I hope you're having a beautiful day. We're out here. We got a bonus hat and a hat. 2 more hats. 2 more hats. Let's get 1 hat. 1 hat. 2 hats. 2. Uh-oh. All right, let's try the other. 1 hat. We had a hat stack corruption there. That was the 2 hats. All right. The hat bag, we're getting close. They're getting close. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 hats remaining, which means I'm wearing, I have 18 hats. It means I'm wearing 14 hats right now. 14 hats. Kovalaki, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Folks, Gilgamesh, thank you for the hat. People are going to be so disappointed. I'm about to take a break. Let's add this one in here to stabilize these. See if my arms are long enough. Get this hat added. People are going to be real disappointed when I take a break here. When I take a break, the hats get reset. All right. The hat stabilizer. There we go. Oh, it's good for my neck. Oh, I should hold the microphone up to my neck so you guys can hear it go off. Gilgamesh, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Welcome into the stream. We are learning about Unity visual scripting today. So let's start with our pause panel turned off. Okay. So we just added in our pause screen. So we can do our pause screen here to pull this. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. It does pause the game. When we click, it sort of starts. It's a little bit of yeah, I think I need to make it so that this other piece, anyway, we added in a music volume slider. Since apparently I can still fire, I need to disable being able to fire because we're still reading inputs here.
Your sound card
We
works
added sliders for
perfectly.
this. When I close, it doesn't work. Oh, this is where the on enabled, on disabled I thought was going to be useful. All right, because it only is doing it here. Okay. Thought I was clever here. We got to take a break. I know I said that, but we've really been going for almost 2 hours here. I got to take a break. Hang tight, everyone. I'll be back momentarily. I'm going to get myself some leaf water. I'm going to get myself some more regular water. We're almost out of regular water as well. I'm going to hydrate a little bit. Then we're going to keep going. I want to finish up this this game here. So hang tight, everybody. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coder shall return momentarily. All right, everybody, Captain Coder's back. Got myself some Earl Grey tea. Get myself some leaf water there. Filled up my water bottle as well. Already drank a bunch out of it. But filled up my water bottle. Let's take another swig here. Got to take care of ourselves. Normally don't go this long on a Wednesday, but happy Wednesday. We are going to be switching into, you get to see the rare seated Captain Coder. The rare seated. Taking a seat here. But we are going long. We're doing a lot of off-hour streams to promote Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. If you're new here, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. Skydriver, I'm doing well. Congratulations on your points. We're out here promoting Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, which is coming up in just 2 weeks. 2 weeks here. Folks, go check it out. Go check out Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. You won't be disappointed, but don't take my word for it. Let's hear what this guy has to say about it. Let's hear what this guy has to say about it. Hello and welcome to Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder.
Yes.
Captain
Go for
Coder
it,
is me, and me is a computer science educator. And Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the
Apparently it doesn't work on
resources
the
you
video.
used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you just for learning something. So join the Discord, check us out on Twitch, and we hope you have a wonderful time with this game jam. We'll see you there. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with it. I think it doesn't work on this scene. So I have a scene here to go to my full screen. So ever since I got my new monitor, I have to switch to like a full screen mode to see it. So I don't think blur works on this one here. It works here though. Yeah, so blur, I can turn that on and off like that. Maybe I shouldn't make it a text command. I don't need it to come out that way. I just have it there in case a mod, I think mods can run that command. Yeah, I think the mods can run it to help protect me just in case of emergencies. In case of emergencies here. What were we doing? Yeah, it's a pretty old recording. That's from a year ago. But yeah, the $700 worth in prizes, $750. So be sure to sign up for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam coming up. And I just want people to learn something new. Learn something new. Learn to code. Learn to. It doesn't even have to be a computer game. It could be a board game. I should put that in here. Also, go vote on the theme. Go vote on the theme as well. Copy this link. Can I mod you for a second? Maybe, possibly. Just for 1 second. I wonder how quickly I could mod and unmod you. Hang on. Oh, is there an unmod? Apparently it doesn't work for mods. Just 1 second. So sorry. I guess it doesn't work. I have it set up there in case I wanted to be able to do it. Yeah, Skydriver. It's pretty old. Did you do a Q-list redeem? Q-list. I'd be up for a Q-list, a round of Q-list here. Let's do it. Did you already answer my break question? And I did. Yeah. Let's go for it. We just came back from a break, so now's a perfect time. Let's do a round of Q-list. All right, here we go. I'm sitting down, so it's a little bit different than my usual stance here. All right, so sitting down. Anyone who doesn't know, Q-list is a Scrabble-like game. A Scrabble-like game where you roll these dice, and then you have to make words. Let me get some background music going here. Get this back on. Okay, so we got our U, an E, and an I. All right, so we got 3 vowels this time. So we gotta make this. Sorry, saw, bruh. I thought it would be over now. No, I gotta wait 3 hours. It's only been 20 minutes. All right, so we have to make a grid out of all of these. And so we could do, they all have to be 3-letter words. So we could get hen. Ooh, we could get help. Like this. Jungle. Jungle's a good one. Oh, that's an H. Jungle. Ooh, that's a really good one. And then we could get hum. Help, police, Drake, touch. We get yip, yup, yep. And oh, we're super close. Hip. Yeah, hip we'd have to put in somewhere like that. We do have a hip. We got to figure out where to attach it, right? Flavius. Yeah, so we got to figure out where to add it. Hype. Okay. Hype is a great one. Get hype. What do we got here? We got hype. Him. We got to do something with this other H. We're going to be able to do this one. This one's going to be no problem. We just got to figure out all the last one. Hemi. Is Hemi a word or is it just a prefix? So Hemi, I'd have to take this E. So I can do Hemi like that. Now we can't do hype. We could do bi. That's not a word, is it? Bi. Hemis, hemip. Boom word Chrysler Hemi engine. PHIY, a pox upon thee. PHIY is a word. Are we sure? Let's check the Scrabble dictionary. Is PHIY? Oh, also the lighting in here is terrible for this right now. Oh, it's because there's a sun out. There's sun out. Not pretty sure. It's not. Okay. It's not a word. Gotcha. I was gonna say I don't think that's a word. If we zoom in, can we get better lighting? I need to hang on. I gotta close this window. Yeah, I do have a Stream Deck. I got that for my birthday last year, which was pretty cool. Pretty cool gift. It gets a ton of use. Incredible amount of use. There we go. Hump. HUMP. We got buy again. Giphy I don't think is gonna be a valid Scrabble word. It's a Finnish word. Yeah, it has to be in the Scrabble dictionary. A hump is a word. Hump is a word, I believe. We're so close. Pine? Yeah, we could take some. If we took jungle out, we could do it. We could do pine. I really like jungle. It feels like we should be able to do it from jungle, though, right? All right, can we just get a longer word? Something that uses these 2 H's. It's hard because we got these 2 H's. Yeah, I really thought we had this here, and then we sort of hit a little bit of a snag. This Y is a little bit harder to use than we thought. Hey is good. Yip, there we go. Yip. Jungle, hum, hey, and yip. Pig's another one we could use. Oh yeah, pig would work. There we go, I like it. Pig. Nice work, everybody. Nice work. Let's add this to the Q-List Hall of Fame.
Whoa.
Visual Studio rating us. Holy cannoli. Visual Studio. Thank you for rating me on this day now. Visual Studio. Welcome to the stream. We just got done playing a round of Q-List here. Q-List is a... Let me rotate this a little bit. Q-List here. Raiders, welcome in. Visual Studio. C# Fritz. I brought the viewers to you. Thank you guys so much. We're not doing any C# in today, but so glad to have you here. Shout out. Thank you so much for being. Let's do a shout out to Visual Studio. Is this like the official Visual Studio stream? That's awesome. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's get, we're in the process. We just played a round of a game called Q-List here. We had a redeem where you get the Q-List. Official, that's incredible. I didn't even know you had official. Folks, be sure to go follow Microsoft Visual Studio on Twitch. What were you streaming about, Visual Studio? Tell us all about it. Thank you so much for bringing your viewers in. What were you doing today? I just started learning how to use Visual Studio recently. I mostly use VS Code, but that's just because that's what we use at school. At the school I work at, we stick to VS Code because we do Python, we do web dev, we do a bunch of. We were learning about .NET Aspire. Oh, nice. We just did a round of Q-Lists, and we're about to add this into our Q-List Hall of Fame. So glad you're here. Thank you again so much for raiding. C# Fritz, thank you so much for sending them our way. Let's go into the Q-List Hall of Fame here. So this is sort of a Scrabble game that we play on stream here, where we roll some dice, and then you have to combine all those words together. So we just finished this round of jungle, hum, pig, and hay. Yeah, we thank you for all the viewers. 100 plus, not bad. Thank you so much for being here. It's a pleasure to have you. For folks, if you don't know who I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me as a computer science educator. My full-time job is teaching computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14. I mostly teach C#, C# programming, but I also do some web development. We've done a little bit of Blazor stuff at the school I work at. I do game dev in Unity and a variety of other things. This stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. I actually make educational content here, so I often work on my school projects on stream. This month, we are working on learning new things. I imagine if I join your school not knowing you're there, yeah, that'd be fascinating, huh? He's a little bit lying. His main job is collecting and playing board games. That's look, I only have a few board games. I don't even have that many board games. I only play board games like 7, 8, 9 times a week. Really, it's not that much. Ages 10 to 13, I can join them. It needs to be ages 10 to 14. It's a pretty, I wouldn't say an exclusive school, but it's a pretty unique school. Fully remote. We're in the process of promoting our game jam this month. So I'm doing a bunch of off-schedule streams. We're learning some new stuff. I'm learning about visual scripting today. We're talking about visual scripting. It's sort of my first project ever doing visual scripting. But this is in preparation for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, which is coming up later this month. So if this guy's going to tell you all about it, though. This guy here will tell you about it. Hello and welcome to Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. And Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew in this game jam. The goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you just for learning something. So join the Discord, check us out on Twitch, and we hope you have a wonderful time with this game jam. Just by learning something new, you're entered to win $50. Anyone who enters submits a devlog saying what they learned, entered to win $50, which is super exciting. And then 2 people are going to win $250 for the most educational award. One person who provides a most educational written context, so blog, and one with the most educational video or podcast, so audio visual. I'm super excited for it. We had such a blast doing it last year. I couldn't help but do it again this year. So I hope you will consider joining it. And thank you guys so much for being here. Today we are learning about visual scripting in Unity, and I'm working on making this space shooter game using just visual scripting, which I've never done visual scripting before, and I've been having a blast doing it. I've been learning a lot about how to organize it. What we're working on right now is adding in this menu for changing our volume, so adding in volume slider, sound effect slider as well.
Sound card works perfect.
And I'm finding that the way I've connected things up isn't quite perfect, but yeah, we got the pew pews, we can take some damage if we get hit. We're gonna have to add in some hit sounds there from when we take damage. Then we'll add in a thud sound like that. And then if we take enough damage, we explode, and then we get a game over screen. Fire to start, and then it restarts. That's what we've been working on. We've been working on this since Monday, so this is our 3rd day working on it. We're getting close to finishing up this prototype. But I've been having a blast learning about Unity's visual scripting. And one of the reasons I want to learn a little bit more about visual scripting is because I teach a no coding Unity course. And this year I did a no coding Unity course it's a low coding Unity course, where at the end of the class, we introduced a little bit of C# scripting. And I found that about 20% of my students struggle with it. And it comes down to the thing that I usually say is learning programming is hard. Learning game dev is even harder. Learning them together is close to impossible, in my opinion. It's very, very difficult to learn them both at the same time. And so I usually recommend taking a coding course first, learning a little bit of programming, then take a game dev course and integrating there. It's hard. Oh, I love Godot. I love Godot. So first try, Saul. Yeah, I think it's hard even in Godot to learn it simultaneously. I absolutely think it's hard to learn it both simultaneously. I think their game dev and programming are related, but they're 2 different skills, 2 very different skills. So what I need to do here is I want to have a, no worries. So I think I can turn this into, using this, my goal is in my low code class, have this be a bridge from learning Unity, learning the interfaces, learning how Unity works, into learning how to do some logic, thinking like a programmer, and it helps people who might be intimidated by code, and then switching to text, so in how to convert it. I typically have students, that's usually the final not the final project, but one of the projects this term in my 9-week class, that was the final project, was make a text adventure. And so students make text adventures. I also do here, let me pull up another one that I'll have them do this as well. Let me see if I can find it. Madness Is this it? Yeah. So I've had students make games like this. All right, so I have students. Oh, hang on. Let me do a thing here. So this is a student-made game. This is a student-made game. Let me do this. This is a student-made game. And you are the percent sign. You are the percent sign. And when you bump into, these are like different events you can interact with. All right, speak to old man. The old man laughs, blah, blah. The screen, I have it like cropped out into a small screen here. But different events happen. So this is one of the projects I have students do when they learn about arrays. So the world is an array in this one. The world is an array, and they use it. So it's all text-based. They don't have to learn about anything fancy like events and all kinds of stuff like that. It's all about logic here. So this was a final project in a course that was 16 weeks long. So this is the final project in an intro to programming course. These students had not seen C# before, and they wrote C# code to do this. I will often have them do full-blown text-based games as well. It's one of my favorite things to have students do is make text-based adventures. Yeah. This, it's all, and in some ways it's about getting kids excited about programming. And I feel like this can do it. Is the outcome like old man talking, random or specific text? It depends on the student. In that one, it is all specific text. I know some students do a lot of random events. But yeah, it's all sort of variations on that. Black sheep, great to see you. How you doing, friend? I hope you're having a beautiful day. One thing I want to do here is I kind of want to have an event when our pause screen is opening and closing. This is getting too complex. I'm having to do a bunch of extra stuff here. And so I think what I'm going to do is make it so that there's an event that fires when my pause screen turns on or off, when it enables or disables. And we can use that to do some things. So I have this panel here. So I go into my scene view. I have a panel here. This panel is what's turning on and off to get my view open. And what I think I want to do is make it when this thing turns on, it sends out a message saying, hey, I'm on. So anyone that wants to register, they can. And when it turns off, it's going to disable. So when this thing is on, we're going to set our time scale to 0. So it's paused. When it's off, we're going to set our time scale. So on, enable, and disable. Napalm, we had to do ELIZA in my high school college program. ELIZA was a cool idea. I don't think the research on it said that it was very useful. Yeah. So it's that fakes being a psychologist by responding generically to input. Oh, I thought that was for programming. Comp credit for doing it in high school. Oh yeah. I think I've heard of ELIZA. So I went to grad school studying computer science education and more specifically intelligent tutoring systems. Yeah, get those points for the hats! Exclamation point hat. If you get 500 points, you can get a hat redeem. I'm not an affiliate, so we use Captain Coder points here. With exclamation points, you can see what you have. And then you could potentially, for 500 points, get a hat added to the stack. So I want to add a script to my panel here. And I'm going to take that. So my pause screen is getting complex. Let's separate this out. I'm going to add in a script machine here. I'm going to embed this. Okay. And this is just going to be our panel here. And I want to take some of my code. Saw with the bonus hat. Let's do it. Thank you for the hat redeem. Thank you for the hat. Thank you for the hat. Let's go. Let's go. That guy Doru, congratulations on your number 26. Great to have you here. Let's we want to go to our pause screen. All of this is wild. We really just want to set it active. And then this, we're going to take this and just move it out of here. So when this pause screen is open, we are going to set the game scale. I'm going to set the game scale here. So I want to make it so my event, thank you for the hats. Let's get another hat. That guy Daru with the bonus hat. Let's do it. But here's the distraction. Thank you for the hat. Let's do another hat here. Thank you so much. Let's do it to it. So on enable. So when this thing gets enabled, we're going to set the time scale to 0. So this will pause our game. And then on, I can't duplicate that. On disable, so when it's not being seen, we set our time scale to 1. So anytime it's open, the time scale will be 0. Anytime it's closed, time scale will be 1, like that. So I think this will make it so when I press backspace, it opens, closes, fine. If I close it, there we go. Because I was running into issues where each one of those different ways to open and close it was causing a problem. Yeah. So what's interesting here, there's a little bit of something, is I can still fire while I'm paused. And so there's a little bit of an annoyance there. I shouldn't be able to fire. My user input should be disabled while I'm paused. So what I'm considering doing, there's different ways I could do this. I can make it in my player controller. So if I go over to my player, I can make it so that in my player controller, specifically my input and fire controller, my fire controller is what spawns this stuff. So in my fire controller, I can say, well, if the fire button's pressed and our time scale is not 0, then we do a fire. That's one option. I could also disable my player in the scene, and then this trigger won't be firing because our player object won't be updating anymore. So that's another option I could do. And so I'm not sure what the best way to do it is, but I think making it so that it's our time scale here. All right, so I'm going to add in time scale, get our time scale. I'm just going to say if our time scale is 0, don't do this. All right, so I want to say time scale, I want to do a compare. Greater than, all right, so if our time scale is greater than 0, and we're pressing this button, so I need to do an and, like this. So we're going to and this in here. Okay, so one of the cool things about this is we can talk about expressions versus statements. So these are expressions. Notice there's no white lines going through them. It says these are values these are things that are just values. These are things that are just values here. These are just values. There's no flow going through them. It's just we can know what the value is. We evaluate them, get the value, pass it in. We also have things that are statements that have no value. Notice there's no value. If our if statement has a true, we say if else, it doesn't produce a value. But we also have things like methods. This is a function here. This is a statement, but it also produces a value that we can choose to use or we can ignore it. So there's so many cool things here from an educational purpose for visual learners that I think is going to be so valuable for teaching students who are nervous about learning how to code, or maybe have had a bad experience learning coding, or just aren't sure what to think. So I know a lot of students don't sign up for my courses because they're scared of programming. And that's why I offer no code and low code classes. And I think this is going to be such a good transitionary tool. I don't want to keep them away from writing text-based code long, but a good transitionary tool to give them that confidence, give them that confidence boost in doing something right away, learning to be a programmer, learning to think logically, and then say, hey, by the way, the translation of this to code is quite simple. quite simple. So if you can think about it this way, you can code it. If you can think it, you can put it down on paper, you can visualize it, and then code it. So I think we can have this nice progression from visual scripting to code scripting. And the cool thing is making your own custom nodes is super easy with this. So that's probably going to be the first place we do coding, is writing custom nodes. All right, so this, I'm going to make it so if the game is paused, yeah, I cannot, it doesn't let me fire now. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. So I can toggle this on and off. Sweet. Sweet. Okay, we have a little game here. This thing is basically complete. It's a completely playable game. I would say it's a completely playable game. All right.
Card works perfect.
How's the volume on that? It's not the most fun of games. Oh, there's a couple things left to do. Let's do a commit though. I want to make it so when I take sounds. Yeah, point system. Leaderboard would be interesting. I'm wondering if we could do a, I'm doing it in the web. A leaderboard would be cool. That I feel like might be a challenge to do. Doing it with Firebase would be super easy, but getting Firebase to work with WebGL is a little bit tricky. Yeah, I don't know if I'd do networking nodes. Multiplayer would be kind of crazy and cool. So there's two sound effects I want to add in. When the player gets hit, and then when the player gets destroyed. I want to poof, an explosion sound effects. All right. And then a score system. Yeah, adding in points. Oh, this has been so much fun. That way you don't need to worry about enemies or bosses, just last as long as possible, high score. Yeah. I think I do want to add in an enemy, just like a simple enemy type. And so my plan is to take this, I'm going to turn it into probably a written tutorial first on doing visual scripting, and then I'm going to record it into a series. 5 minutes, a boss appears. Ooh, that's a good idea. Turn it into Tohu. I'm not sure what Tohu is. Let's do a commit here. Let's not save let's not forget to save our progress. Okay. I'm going to commit this to GitHub real quick. So you guys can see here. I'm just doing it in the terminal here. I can do this. I don't know why I have to be in a terminal in Visual Studio Code. It's just where I'm comfortable. Really, I did a bunch of stuff. I'm not quite sure when to commit when I'm doing visual scripting. It feels, again, it's one of those things I'm so new to. I'm so new to visual scripting. I haven't found the flow that I like best yet. Also, doing compares and stuff on this is probably gonna be wild. So we added in our pause screen. Feature, add pause screen. There we go. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. I'm wondering if I want to start the game with the pause screen open so people can set the volume and stuff, or maybe have a title screen. Took a while to do the push. Maybe. I don't think it took that long. That's pushing it up to GitHub so people can go find this code and stuff online. What am I doing? I want to make it so when the player gets hit, we get a sound effects. And then when the player explodes, we have an explosion sound effect. So let's go get some explosion sound effects. JSFXR. Got it right. JSFXR. I want like an epic explosion sound though. These are too small. I want an epic explosion. So I think open game art will be nice for an epic explosion sound. Okay, let's go check in. Browse, sound effects, explosion. Oh, that almost. All right, I'm gonna save this. I think I like that one. That one's a little bit too much. That one's not bad. That one's like a nice synthesized explosion. I really like this because yeah, I think we gotta go with that one. I just really like that sound here. Let's download these. And let's save this as credit. Here, let's go into our credits file. Explosion. There. Let's go ahead and open this file up. Let's get this added into our project. Explosions. We're going to take our explode here. We're going to add it into our Unity project. Sound effects. Explode. And we could use the same hits for our player, but let's find some like metallic hit sounds. These. That, like, these feel good for just like the player getting hit sounds. I like these. I like this explosion. Let's copy that permalink while we see if we can find another one. It'll be our player hit sound. I keep losing Unity hit. We'll call this player hit. Player hit. Even find another explosion we like. That one's not bad.
Whoa.
Irad with the raid. Irad, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you working on? Tell us all about it. Folks, you guys don't know the incredible Irad Dev making stuff awesome. He has 1,000 moderators, so go give Irad Dev some love. See this heart? See this heart? Click it. What are you waiting for? Just started. Nice. He didn't even start. Irad, how you doing, friend?
Dopamine.
Thank you so much for the raid.
I got that fix.
Oh, the dopamine. Let's do it. How have you been? He didn't even start? What does that mean? Does that mean you like started up your stream and then you raided me? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's just dedication. Doing well. We are learning about visual scripting. Is that the sound I want? I think that's the sound I want. Unity visual scripting. We're preparing for Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, which is coming up in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Let's add this in here. We're doing Unity stuff. I hope you don't mind. Some people mind the Unity stuff. I have fun with it. Player hit 2. All right, so we have a player hit 2. Let's go into our 2 sounds here. He's got a force raid redeemed. That's hilarious. Irad, thank you so much for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. Enjoy your stream, my friend. That's hilarious. A force raid button. Oh, that redeem is so funny. How much does that cost? I feel like I'm wondering if I should do something like that. That's a fun one. If I did it, I would want it to be like 20,000, maybe 25,000 points. How many points is it? If you're Irad, I know you're lurking now. Thank you so much for the raid. Why is Pagorli the best ever? 2K, that's so cheap. It's also got to shut down the stream redeem. That's crazy. That's wild. That's so funny. We have points inflation. Gotcha. Why is Pagorli the best ever? It's a good question. Pagorli's pretty awesome. I can't lie. Everyone is a mod and can refund all the points anytime. That's also hilarious. Oh my goodness. What a fun stream you must have over there. Every time I've been over there, I had a fun time. I wish I got to catch it more often. I feel like I'm always working, or it's always very late for me, or something along those lines. Thank you again so much for the raid. We're gonna create another prefab here for our sound effect. So we're gonna duplicate our sound effect prefab meteor hit. This is gonna be our player hit sound effect. And in our variables, we're just going to change these to our player hit sounds. Player hit here and player hit here. And then another one, we're going to have an explosion sound. Explosion SFX. Maybe we should call this meteor hit SFX. Player hit SFX. Take care. I read, are you Pagorli? Are you Pagorli? Is that true? I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. I don't know if I believe you, but this is going to be our explosion sound. All right. And what I want to do is I'm going to make it so that way explosion is going to be attached to our prefab here, our explosion. We're just going to add in, let's go to our explosion prefab. It has a particle system. Let's add in the explosion sound effect here. Boom, easy. And then for our player, we have to do a little bit more to get that sound. It's not that much more. We're going to go to our player collision script. Let's go to our script graph here. Go find our scripts. This is our player collision controller. And we're going to say that we will play it here. So we'll animate invulnerability, and then we're going to play a sound. And to play a sound, all we really have to do is instantiate the, it's going to be a game object instantiate, and we're just going to say play our player hit sound effect. Yeah, I think this is all we have to do this. There's a 25-point redeem to impersonate IRAD dev. Oh, that's hilarious. Never trust a thing IRAD says. Apparently not. Look, it's all about trustworthy narration, right? All right, let's see if our player makes a noise when we get hit. Does not. Oh, it played it super late. Oh, because it's after animating the invulnerability. That's right. Animate invulnerability. Oh, watch check this out. This is cool. This is one of the coolest things about visual scripting. Oh no, I have this thing in the wrong order. Let me fix that. This goes here. This goes here. Uh-oh. Infinite loop incoming. There we go. Now it happens immediately. I can change it live while the game is running. Nice. There it is. There it is. Sweet. Sweet. So we got all, that's all we really need. Now we almost got a full game. We're going to add in a point system. Someone was saying a point system. I think a point system would be good. Oh, I can go too far down here on the screen. Let's make that so we can't go that far. Let's go into my scene view. I fixed that earlier and then I changed it. So my scene view, that one's relatively easy to fix. We have our player bounds in our scene. We just need to make it so our player can't go that far. So we need to scale this down. Let's try 2. 2? That might not be enough. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Nice. Okay. Not bad. Not bad. Not too shabby. Not too shabalicious. All right, so we get our different sound effects in. They feel like they're a little bit delayed. So one thing we might want to do is go edit these sound effect files. The problem with, if we look at the waveform on it, oh, interesting. Yeah, the waveform is actually a little bit slow. Notice when I click play, we don't hear it immediately. So I could go change the waveform. I could potentially make it so it will move it forward a little bit in the sound itself, but this wave file starts kind of late. So let me go edit that in Audacity. Let's see if we can get that. The explosion actually seemed okay. It was more the player hit sounds that felt off. Yeah, it feels late. So let's see if I can fix that if I open it up in Audacity and adjust it. I'm not sure if I'll be able to. Let's open with... Ooh, interesting that Audacity doesn't show up as an option in my open with. Let's get Audacity here. Audacity, gonna use you to make some noises a little better. Oh, the Audacity. That's right, Cricket. The Audacity. How audacious, bodacious, outrageous. Cricket, welcome back to the stream. How the heck have you been? So my player hit, nothing. It's coming through. Hang on. Need my output to be my headphones. It's so interesting that it starts late. That's so weird. All right, so if I start back here, it's so interesting. The delay in the sound, it's like the sound, that's fascinating to me. What about player hit 2? There is a delay, but my waveform, I see no delay in my waveform. This is so weird. There's totally a delay. Like, it's ever so minor. Maybe I won't worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. Feels a little bit awkward. He's more hat than man now. They call Cricket. I loved your joke of, you know, Captain Coder was his father's name. You can call him the. Yeah, I'm liking that. Adding in things that will like restore our health, little things like that would be nice too. Oh, so much fun. Having a blast with this. This is super fun. Okay, what was I gonna do? We're gonna add in a score. We're gonna add in a score. So just some point values at the top. Point values at the top. All right, so let's do that. It's true. You're hilarious. You're hilarious. Ho, 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 ho. It's true though. It's true though. Always left me laughing, crying. So funny I start crying. Where'd this file go? Where's my cue? There you are. There you go. Get that out of the queue. Maybe loading background will help too, actually. Save. You know what? Let's load all these in the background. I think that might be... There's a minor delay. Yeah. Pretty sure there's a delay. Let's try that. Yeah. That helped.
Your sound card works perfectly. Your...
Nice. Nice. Okay. Continuing on. We're going to add in a score. So let's go into my canvas here. We're going to create a little score text. Okay. This is going to be a UI Text Mesh Pro. It'll be our score text. We're going to put this in the top across the top like this. Let's center this bad boy, make the text centered. Let's put 8 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's set our font to the joystick font here. We will center this class. I'm so excited. This class is going to be so much fun. There's our score at the top. All the zeros. As we destroy things, as we shoot them, we want to add in some points. So what I can do is a variety of different things. You made a pixel art cardboard box. So just a question. I gotta know. Did you make, using a cardboard box, did you make pixel art, or did you make, using pixel art, did you make a cardboard box? Because those are two different things, both very impressive, both potentially very impressive. But either one sounds interesting. Fullbox just smiled and he doesn't know why. It's true, Fullbox in his box. Can we also do shader stuff with this? I'm not versed with Unity. There is Shader Graph, which I have never used. But there is, I've seen people use Shader Graph, and that is a visual scripting as well. So Unity Shader Graph. I've never done it, but Shader Graph, well, this is not helpful at all. Shader Graph looks like this, where you have these nodes. I believe this is Unity Shader Graph as well, and it's about how the data transforms through it. And I've seen people make some incredibly cool stuff with the Shader Graph. So it's separate. So visual scripting and Shader Graph, I think, are two separate things. Maybe I'll learn about Shader Graph this month too, in the spirit of learning lots and lots and lots of new things. There's so many things I want to learn. So many things I want to learn. All right, let's close all of these. Yeah. I am wanting to make the score increase. So there's a couple different ways I could do this. The question is, where do I want to put my score? I could put it on my game controller. That's probably where I'm going to put it. My game controller. I could make it a scene value as well, but I think my game controller is the right place to put it. So I think my game controller is the right place to put it. Let's go into our script graph here. And so my game controller, I'm going to add in a score value. It's going to be an integer. We're going to set it to 0. Set it to 0. I want to be able to update this score. So I'm going to create a custom event. Events are kind of like methods. So I'm going to create an event called add points. Custom event. And this event here is going to be add points. And we're going to take in one argument. And that argument, I wish we could name these. I hate that we can't name these. This argument is going to be the number of points that we are adding in. Okay, so when a meteor is destroyed, it's going to call game controller.add points with 5, 10, 25, whatever. So methods have a built-in this keyword. So a method is a function that is attached to data. I don't know why the word method was chosen. They were some languages call them member functions. So it's a function that's connected to data. So there is data built in, like attached to the method. A function doesn't have any data backing it. You have to pass everything in. So that's the biggest difference between a method and a function. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong. That is my understanding of it. What I want to do though is when someone calls add points, we're going to increase this value. We're going to increase this value here. Okay, so I'm going to call add. But that's the main difference between a method and a function. This is so a static method is basically a function, but it can still have static data associated with it. So it's not quite a function that way. All right, so we're going to take our score and we're going to add in the points that came through like this. So we add those together. And then I want to trigger an event, custom trigger custom event. So this one is going to be called, oh, interesting. Oh, I need to set the value. That's what's going on. Set, we added in there, set variable. This is going to be a graph variable. Oh, this is interesting. This should probably be a object variable. This needs to be an object variable. I did this wrong. Score. Yeah, in my mind, the word method means like your approach to doing something. That's like, how do you do a thing? So methods are attached to objects. It's the approach to doing something, and methods are usually named something like add points. The method to add points, it's how we add points, how we get value, how we set data. It's how you interact with it. So it's a method for interacting with the object as opposed to just function. So I think the name makes a lot of sense. I don't know how it was chosen, when it was chosen, who chose it. I don't know any of those things. This object here, it's going to be our score. And we're going to update the score. And now that we've updated the score, we're actually going to trigger this event here that's going to be an on score changed. Like this. Do on score changed. And it's going to have one argument. And it's going to be the new value of this score. Okay, so we have an on score changed. Yeah. So, exactly. Indeed. But we want things to be able to trigger this add points. This needs to be an integer. And it starts at a 0. The other thing I'm realizing, yeah, so let's go look at this. In our, what script am I on? Game controller. Okay. Our game controller has a second script, and it is on game start. So there's a new thing I want to do with on game start. And when the game starts, I want to set our score to 0. Okay. So we're going to trigger custom event. And the custom event we're going to trigger has one argument. And this is a thing that I really dislike about this system, is the stringly typedness of this. So this is add points. The event I'm triggering is called add points. So give me a second, I'll take a look. And I want to set the value to 0. Int to 0. So one of the huge benefits of using C# is you get type safety. You can get, essentially that's Turing complete. You can do anything with that. Loops, you don't even need functions, it turns out, but functions are super, super helpful for organizing data. All right, so we're gonna call add points when we come in here. I'm gonna do this to 100 just so we can see it. All right, so I hit run. And if I go into my object, oh, interesting. Score didn't change. Oh, so I haven't started the game. All right. Variable not found score. Interesting. Did I not add it to, let's go to my game controller. It must not have it in my scene. Game controller, variable score, no it does. So I have an error here saying, this needs to be an object variable. Instance variable, not static variable. There we go. All right, so our score is now 100. And if I go back to my on game start, so I'm gonna leave this at 100 here. We'll set it to 0. All right. So I need to be able to update this text here when the score changes. There's so many steps to this. There's so many steps, but now I have the ability to change this. Let's go into my Meteor prefabs. Okay, so I'm going to my scripts, my prefabs, my big Meteor here. This is my big Meteor. It's an obstacle. This is the destroy the game object. These are going to have a point value, points. And we're going to create an integer. And so for our big Meteor, we're going to get, the big Meteor is easy to destroy, so we only get 5 points. We're going to go, maybe we only get 1 point for the big Meteor. 1 point. It's so easy, you only get 1 point. We'll do 5 points. We're going to do 5, 10, 15, and 25 points. That's what I'm going to do. 5, 10, 15, and 25. From Simula, interesting. Yeah, my guess is it was just eventually enough people were using it that it's stuck, right? So in addition to destroying the game object, all right, so after we destroy it, can I move you, please? Oh, come on. I want to trigger my event. So this is going to be my trigger custom event. Okay. So we're going to insert this here. I need to pass in one argument. That argument is going to be points. And the trigger is going to be add points. We are going to add this on our game controller. Our game controller has this. So this is how we essentially can create methods in our scripting language here. All right, so we're going to add points. We're going to add the number of points on this object like this. So let's go into each of our objects. One thing I wish it would automatically do this. We're gonna have to add a points value to it. This is our big Meteor, our medium Meteor. Yeah, it doesn't get it by default. Points. Programming meme. Yeah. It's interesting that the word meme usually means, the word meme just means that lots of people, everyone started using it, right? But today it kind of means my students and essentially everyone essentially thinks, oh, it means funny picture. All right, our small Meteor, we need to add in a points value to it as well. Points. Integer. This feels hard to set things up like this. So see how I added in a new value to my script? Suddenly, every single object that uses this script needs to be updated. This feels like a pain point. I wonder if there's a way to automatically, oh, there's a fallback. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, you can set a kind. Okay, fallback is nice. I didn't realize that there's a fallback trigger here. So it set up a default value. So there is a fallback option. Cool, cool. So there's a little bit to it there. Midnight snack. Enjoy your midnight snack. I hope it's something delicious. And then our tiny Meteor, we're gonna give 25 points for our tiny Meteor points. integer 25. That is quite the healthy snack. Let's go watch our player's score. All right, so we have our player here, and they have a score. Player, no, it's a game control. Let's go to our game controller script. Game controller. And we can watch the score change, and we can actually watch the data flow through here when add points is called. Mimetic memory wasn't the term originally how a society retained certain ideas. Yeah, mimetic memory is where the word meme comes from, right? So my favorite meme, my favorite example of a meme is my device working here? My favorite example of a meme. Hang on, let me get my pen working. Remember there is a phrase, mimetic hazards. I haven't heard of that one. Is this gonna work? What's going on? Why doesn't this attach anymore? Did this get disconnected? Oh no. There it goes. Okay, my drawing pen. This is the meme that, tell me if you recognize this meme. I don't know where it came from. Tell me if you recognize this meme. This was the first meme that I kind of remember. Is this drawing. Everyone knew how to do it. No one knows where it came from. Does anyone remember this 8? The S, the 8, I always called it an 8. This is a thing. This is a meme. It's not funny, but it's something that like everyone just knows. Everyone just knows. Where did it come from? Who was the first person to do it? I don't know. Someone thought it was cool. Yeah, so that is, so when I've often told myself, this is what a meme is. No one knows what it means, Roger. No one knows what it means at all. Don't worry, don't worry. It deserved all the caps. So yeah, where did that is the quintessential, in my mind, quintessential example of a meme. All right. So let's watch our score here. This is gonna be super cool to watch, I think, assuming I got it all right. Let's watch these triggers happen. So anytime someone calls add points, this script is run. All right, our points just got reset when I destroy these. You can watch the data flow through as I destroy. Anytime I hit a meteor, you watch the data flow through. And I think this is such a valuable tool for learning, can be such a valuable tool for learning coding and understanding how flow works. And sure enough, our score is increasing here. The next thing I want to do is attach this here. You'll notice I'm calling onScoreChanged. So what we can do is we're going to add a script to our text that listens for when the score changes. Going to listen for when the score changes. Let me go into my scene here. Let the data flow through you. Pick up your programming keyboard. Strike me down with it. Anakin, let the data flow through you. Oh, Datakin, that's what we'll say. All right, so I need to go in here. I need to get my score text, and we're just gonna embed a script on this guy. Okay, so we're gonna embed a script here. So we're gonna add a script machine, and we're just gonna embed it. There's no reason, it's like, we're not gonna reuse this anywhere. If we decide we need to reuse it, we might decide to unembed it, but for now, we're just gonna go ahead and edit updates score text, update score text, like this. I'm gonna edit this graph, and we're gonna say on custom event. Okay, so we have a custom event here. The event is our game controller, and it has one argument. It's the score. This is gonna be, this is incorrect. On score changed. Okay, so when the score changes, I hate that I have to remember the text here. This is the one thing I'm really disliking. Everything else I very, very much like. I'm just such a baby when it comes to dynamically typed languages. I like my stuff to be statically typed. I like static typing. It makes me feel safe. So when this changes, we're going to change the text on our component. So we're going to get component here. And I suppose we could actually have it, it doesn't have to be this. We can actually make it part of the object. Let's do our text component. This is going to be a text mesh pro GUI. Exactly, Cricket. I like to know that I'm dumb before I run my program. Exactly. I like to know that I'm dumb before I run my program. Seg faults from time to time. Yeah, the seg faults mean dereferencing null, right? So let's get our scored text in here. So we have the text on here. When the data changes, we're gonna need to do a little bit more than this, but it's gonna be text mesh pro UGUI.set text. Selecting the right one sucks here. There's so many options here. I hate that it's the one way down here. Okay. And so we're going to set the text here. Is that right? And we're going to set it to this. We're going to have to do some extra stuff in here. I get hit by is null ref when I forget all the time to instantiate a variable. You have in modern C#, you're doing C# in Godot. I'm surprised. You should turn on null reference in your code. It'll kind of make you. They struggle with naming conventions almost as much as you do. The text mesh pro UGUI. This makes sense. It's just verbose, right? So now when our text changes, okay, it's saying that this is not a string, so we have to convert it to a string, to string. So it's going to be int.toString. There we go. So it's saying it wasn't a string, so I have to turn it to a string first. Ooh, that's annoying. I guess it makes sense it's a method, not a property. So we have to do this and this. But yeah, boy, do I struggle. Boy, do I struggle. Oh, this isn't what I want to do toString with. Hang on. This becomes toString. Boom, toString there. Like that. Output there. And then our text component here. I'm wondering if I need this because it has a text component on it. Let's try it. Yeah, we do. Ooh, toString doesn't work? Oh. I have something weird here on my toString. Oh, that's weird. What happened? Yeah, I want to do int32 dot int toString. There it is. And this goes here. I think I might have just had these wired up. Iris has too much toString. Snabble, finally a graphical programming language. So we'll find out, 100 Acres. So now our score will increase here. I want it to not be centered like that. I want it to have all the leading zeros. So, but it's kind of cool that we can watch our score come up here. I think there's some, and I could be completely wrong. I am thinking that this will be a good introduction and transition, a good bridge for my students. Smab, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm hoping this will be a good transition, or a good way to help transition students who are intimidated by coding. I have students who I think are intimidated by coding, have had bad experiences with coding, and are nervous about trying to learn it. And in my 2D class right now, I teach a Unity 2D class. I call it a low coding class. They learn a little bit of scripting, and I'd say 20% of the students really struggle with it, maybe even 30%. Anyone who's done any of my programming classes usually do fine. Students who haven't done any programming, it's so hard to learn coding and game dev at the same time, simultaneously. There's a lot of pain points with it. I think this is going to be a nice bridge, and that's what that's how I'm planning to use it, as a bridge. So one thing I want to do though is I want to keep all the leading zeros on this. So you'll notice I have all the leading zeros, and so I want to do a padding on this so that way our score always shows up on the right side. Okay, so our score will always show on the right side and just sort of increase. So the amount of space it takes up will be the same. So we need to do a pad, string dot left pad. Okay. Ooh, that's not the right one. String dot pad left, and with the padding character. I think there's a lot of cool things about this. I don't think I'll have them doing this for long, but I think it's going to be a good transitionary step. Okay, total width is 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Padding character is 0. So I'll just pull that in here. My biggest complaint, 100 Acres, with Unity visual scripting is the lack of examples that I have been able to find. When I search for something, I always get some C#. I always get some C# results, some Unity C# scripting. It's really hard to search for Unity visual scripting because you're searching for visual scripting, and I think the word script is coming through. It almost like it needs to be a different word. So I think Unreal Engine is kind of brilliant that they're called blueprints, because you can search for blueprints rather than script, rather than C++. So Unity script keeps coming up with C# responses. So I think there's something genius about it being called a blueprint in Unreal Engine. All right, let's try this. Let's see if our score works now. All right, and it should increase from the right side. Yeah. Boom, nice. There's several things I'd love to be able... Oh, that was interesting. My score. Yeah. Motzi! Welcome to the stream, Motzi Bot. Welcome in. I thought you followed me last night too. It said you did. That's super interesting. Motzi, Body. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Motzi, Body. Come on in again today. Ooh, that's scary. You can't shoot the thing right on the edge of the screen like that. So we're making a space shooter here. Oh, it's your bot. That makes sense. Motzi, welcome to the stream. Come in with your regular name here, and I'll give you a shout out because I can't remember what the shout out is for you there. This is Kenny Pack, yeah. Motzi Makes, welcome to the stream. Shout out, folks. We raided into Motzi Makes last night. What a fun stream. No worries, folks. Be sure to go give Motzi a follow. Incredible, incredible. I had so much fun there. I can't wait to catch you again soon. But yeah, we had a fun time chatting about all things game dev, education, music related. Motzi, thank you so much for popping in. Enjoy your lurk, my friend. All right, so when our player gets destroyed here and our game restarts, ooh, that's interesting. I thought on game start, it only reduced our score by 10. That's a weird bug. That's a really weird bug. You know why? I don't know why. It's because our score goes up anytime we destroy an asteroid. Anytime a meteor gets destroyed, we destroy all the meteors when we start a new game. Anything that was out on the screen gets destroyed. So that's an interesting little bug. Little things, little unintended side effects you can have like that. So there's a couple things we could do to fix that. Does our score go up with them just moving out of the game? Hang on. That can't be right. That can't be right, because when we start the game, we get a bunch. Let me just go into my game controller. I'm so confused. That can't be right. Because when we'd start the game here, there's a bunch of things that get destroyed. Hang on, let's try turning our game bounds on and off. Yeah, that's not giving us points. Okay, so our game start is just not resetting it properly. Are we calling add points? That must be what we're calling. We must be calling add points, and then it sets it somehow. Add points 10 or something. Let's go into our game controller. On game start. We call add points, not set points. That is interesting. I'm not calling it set points, I'm calling it add points. So I have some options. That's fascinating. Okay. That's fascinating. Let's go into our... It's called Show Game Over. That's interesting. I need to rename the script. It's called Show Game Over, but it really should just be called Game Controller. Let's create another one. Just called Reset Points. Has 0 arguments. And it's going to set the score to 0. Okay, integer literal. It's going to be 0. And then we'll just trigger, I guess I got to duplicate that on score changed. And it's going to trigger it with 0. Okay. Reset points will be a new thing that we can trigger on our game. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now in my on game start, this will be reset points. Takes in 0 arguments. And we can go ahead and just drop that. All right, let's try it now. Let's get some points, some pointage. Oh, keep hitting small things. I'm trying to blow up here. There we go. Resets to 0. Okay. Let's add in some fun stuff. Let's do a commit. Let's do a commit before I forget. Feat added score. Okay, so we have a score. We're almost done. We're almost done. Game over, controller interface, factory, abstracted, bean. Oh, I love the... Look. Stop making me miss programming in Java, Doru. You're making me miss programming in Java. All the good times that were had. Okay, so let's continue here. I want to make it... There's a couple things I'd like to do. I kind of want to animate... We could call it finished here, right? We could call it finished here. The game runs forever. I want to add in some little polish things. I want to make it so that way when we take damage, it has an animation of the damage going down. I'd like to make it so that way when we get points, the points just keep increasing. You just see the points increase every frame. I kind of like this idea that if the points are not the value here, I want it. So I think I'm going to start with a roller. I'm going to start with a roller where the points increase. Increase rather than being just like set it up here. Vibes here, come the vibes, vibing games, welcome into the stream. How are you, friend? So glad to see you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. So our score text here, I want to add in a variable. So on score change, rather than setting it immediately to this value, I want to make it so it will scroll to the value. It'll scroll directly to the value. So it's going to increase every frame. So what I want to do, I'm going to create a value, a variable here called target score. I'm going to make this an integer. Maybe I don't even need this. I could just go get the score for my game object. And then we almost don't need an on score changed. I'm doing absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much for asking. Maybe we can make this just a coroutine. Vibing with a hat. Let's get a hat added to this stack. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for the hat redeem. Boom. There it is. Boom shaka laka 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 boom. Thank you for the hat, Vibing Games. Hope you're doing well. We're out here. Fox Hollow, only an hour and a half left. We're promoting our Learn You a Game Jam. I hope you're excited for it. On this score change, I think we actually want to make this a coroutine. And the coroutine is going to, basically, we're going to take this value in. I could just add it to update as well. Soon. A hat coming to a captain near you. How do I want to do this? I could have it running every frame. That's one way I could do it. So one way I could do is have it running every frame. That feels maybe wasteful. I have a coroutine like this. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it. So if you have lots of points happening at the same time, yeah, we're going to do it as a coroutine. We're going to do it as a coroutine. And we're going to have, wondering if we can do, I wonder a flow variable makes sense. This value coming in, might not even need it. All right, so I'm going to add in a while loop. While. And we're going to say, yeah, we need a flow node. Flow variable. All right, so we're going to have a flow variable here. This is going to be target score. Okay. And we're going to set the target score here. This is the value that once we are displaying this value, we're happy. Once we're displaying this value, we're happy. Okay. And we're going to say, well, let's move all this over. Target score. And then we need a current score. Let's create another flow variable. Target score. Current score. These will be identical to start. Target score and current score. And we're going to have a while loop. And the while loop is going to run. Oh, hang on. Current score needs to be. Current score is not right. Current score needs to be the previous value so that I can have it tick up towards it. So this should actually be I need to have... Do I need to change how OnScore changed is given to us? Can I have it give us the previous value as well? I could do that. That might be the option. So we have two arguments. One of them is the current score and the previous score. Let's do that. Let's go into our game controller. And OnScore changed. That's adding in some complexity. I hate that. Our object could... Okay, I got it. This will be a little bit simpler. We'll have an object variable, current or displayed score. All right, this is going to be an integer. And it starts at 0. Okay. And this is the value that is currently being displayed. Uh-oh. Move some stuff in a little weird way. There we go. So our target score. We're going to set our target score. Our displayed score. Yes. Okay, so we're going to loop. So I don't need current score. This is our displayed score. We're going to say, well... less than, okay. So while our displayed score is less than our target score, we are going to loop. All right, we're going to loop. And we are going to do I wish there was an increment. There isn't an increment. I wish there was an increment flow, because we have to do this interesting thing. We're doing add scalar. And we're going to add a scalar from our displayed score. We're going to increase by 1. Saw, that sounds terrible. I'm sorry to hear that happened. Is it okay? Good. I was about to ask. Okay, so we're going to add 1, and we have to set variable. This is our displayed score to this value. So the body is to increase by 1, set the value. Then with this value, do toString like this. So then it's all of this stuff here. Then we'll wait till the end of the frame. Wait for next frame, wait for end of frame, I think. All right. I think this will make it so that way, let's try it. My score increases. There we go. So the score rolls up. Nice. The score keeps rolling up. If I have several things destroyed, it'll roll up faster. So if I destroy 2 things at the same time, it actually will increment twice per frame. Oh, I like that. That's cool. That's super cool. There's no lights, they blend in, they're dark. Yeah. That's their plan. That was their plan. I made my own, I didn't call it an engine, but I implemented a Pac-Man game from scratch without an engine. So I implemented a Pac-Man game without an engine. I've implemented some games without an engine. So I would say that like I implemented a custom engine for a very specific game. Yeah, so Capman we made on stream from scratch. And implemented like our own ray casting and stuff like that. Oh, this is fun. I love watching it go up. Okay, so the next thing I want to do the same thing here for when we take damage. I want this to scroll down as we're doing it. Let me save this. We're gonna do a commit here. All right, like that. Quite happy with that. That came out pretty good. Feels a little bit long. Made a Flappy Bird. Very nice. That's a good one. That's a good class project that I should try sometime. Chore, implement, score scrolling. So the score will scroll up. It'll scroll up here. I think this visual scripting would be really hard to do collaboratively. I think it'd be really hard to do collaborative. We're almost done. The last thing I want to do is I want to make this scroll down. I want to have it slide down. So just Flappy Bird should be an immediate ban. I saw someone made a really cool Flappy Bird RPG game. So it's not just Flappy Bird, but the game control is tapping it, but you can get power-ups. And so you're like flying through levels and the obstacles change. And I thought that was a really cool game. So the Flappy Bird itself is kind of you know, novelty almost. I say novelty might be the right word to describe Flappy Bird. Okay, let's go down to our damage bar. Damage bar. Life bar. Damage bar. Okay. And this one again, let's make this a coroutine. Okay, we're gonna have a coroutine. You haven't. Have I told you how I'm making a website for Maka from Tuner Nerds? You haven't. You haven't told me that. That's cool. We're gonna add in a variable here, which is target damage. All right, so it's our target damage, so integer like this. And our target damage is going to come in here. So this is what we want it to be. Let's disconnect this real quick. Yeah. Okay. That's what we're hoping for it to be. I wish I could hold. There's a little bit of thing. This is something I dislike. I can't select this and then hold shift and select another group. Once I have that, I can hold shift to click it. So that's just a nicety that would be good to have. All right, so I want to do this essentially every frame. It's going to be our target. Oh, I need to do a set here. Set variable. This could be a flow variable. It doesn't need to be target damage. The reason I think I made it a why did I do that? Hang on. This needs to be here. Target damage. And then we have a while loop. It's a blog for Maka. Cool. MakaGroup.online. Great subdomain. Or great domain name for that. Okay, so we want to do 100 minus our... Oh, this is current. This is current damage. It's like the current damage that we're showing. It's hard to get .coms. It's like a 4-letter .com is wild. Would be crazy hard to get. Current damage. Um, 100 minus our current damage. Yep. And we're gonna say while loop. We're gonna say while our current damage, so we're going to do this, is greater than on damage change. Should be target damage, current damage, greater. All right, so if our current damage is greater than the value that came in, yeah, I don't need this set needs to go over here. So we're gonna go straight into a while loop. Okay. We want to set, there we go. We want to subtract 1 from current damage. Subtract or increase, no, add. Scalar, we need to add 1. We're going to take our current damage. We're going to add 1 to it. And we're going to set current damage to 1. Add current damage plus 1. So current damage starts at 0. We increase it until we do. There's one like, I guess when we restart it, we'll fill up. Ooh, whether plus or minus here. So there's something. My score is broken right now. I realize my score is broken. There's 2 things that are broken. We'll fix those. Current damage, like this, and then we do this thing. So I think this will scale, and then we got to do a wait for end of frame. So it's going to update it one at a time. Let's try it. Let's go take some damage, see if it slowly moves. I realize if my game restarts, my score is just going to increase. Ooh, that did not do what I want. We must be triggering. Current damage must be less than. This is backwards. So we need to change this to less. And this needs to be a coroutine. There it went. All right, when I restart, my score doesn't reset now. And now we only ever increase damage. So there's a thing that says, well, if the damage, we need to know which direction we're going, right? Whether we're going to increase or not. So there's one little thing here that I need to do that says if, yeah, because this will only work for decrease, and this is kind of nice. It'll work once. It'll work once. So when we take damage, it scrolls down like that. So it's like a nice little chunk, little animation there. But when let's fix this here. When I get blown up, I'd like for when I restart for it to fill up. It doesn't do that. Same with my score. My score needs to reset. So I need to reset my score. So if my score goes down, there's a couple things we could do. What I'm going to do is just have it reset immediately. So let's first fix the score problem. So this is on my score text. And when this text is coming in, we need to have a check that says if the score coming in is less than our target score, we want to just do it. We get a lot of lurkers. I know a lot of people are just working. Right? So I know a lot of the people that come in here early are getting ready for work, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I get a little chatty. Also, I think a lot of people are just trying to learn as well. So yeah, we get a lot of lurkers though, which is fine. I love it. So you ain't got no work. Gotcha. Yeah, I know a lot of people just lurking in the shadows. Exactly. Thanks, Code Monk. Just hanging out. I do a lot of lurking on Twitch myself, so I get it. We need to have an if. If our score, so if our less than, so if our incoming score is less than our displayed score, we want to do one thing. If it's not, we want to increase our score. Otherwise, we're just going to set our text here. So there's like the subgraph I kind of want to take here. And I want to set this whole thing here is about to get reused. Set variable to this. We always do that though. Smab, we appreciate you lurking. Smab's always helping me out too. Otherwise, we're gonna set the target score to this. This script's feeling massive. This comes here. So if we're not, we set our target score and then we have this loop. This I think needs to be a subgraph. So I'm about to duplicate this section here. This is the body. Wish I could do this selection more easily. Oh, I think we're going to add 1 to it. I think I can do this. No, I can't. What's your chord? Yeah, this whole thing. Don't do that. Don't do that. Essentially, I want to do this whole thing. There's going to be no weight. And the value becomes 0. Space Cowboy, welcome to the stream. Happy Wednesday. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I think I've seen you before. It says it's your first time chatter. Where do I know you from? Were you in Motzi's stream last night? Is that where I know you from? I thought you came into my stream, but I could be misremembering. All right, so I don't like how similar these values are. This would be our target score, actually. Yeah, it's saying you're a first-time chatter. I swear I saw you chatting in here the other day. But Space Cowboy, welcome back. It's great to see you. I don't know what's going on with that. Twitch be crazy sometimes. All right, let's make sure our text resets properly here. So when we get destroyed, let's get some points. We are learning about visual scripting here. We're almost done with our space shmup. Almost. All right, let's get wrecked. Okay. And we restart. Our score resets. Let's make sure. Yeah. Okay. Want to do the same thing, but with our health. Okay. With our health here. I feel a little weird about this. This should be a sub graph, but then I have to save it as a file. I don't have to, but it's because I want to change the inputs between the two. I think I'm going to leave it for now. Some vestigial waste in there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go into. We're so close here. I got to wrap up here in a little bit. I'm getting tired. We're 6 hours. This is almost one of my longest streams. I think my longest stream ever is 6.5 hours. We'll probably beat that this summer. Let's go into my damage bar. My damage bar here. We need to decide if we're going to increase or decrease. Yeah, so right now we loop and we always increase here. I want to do something similar that will. We need to detect whether or not we need to increase or decrease. And I'm wondering if I can store a variable that is a function, or I guess I could store a graph, a subgraph. I don't know how to do that. We could take this whole thing, move it into an update. This might make sense to put in our update rather than having a coroutine and say, well, if I'm less than, if I'm greater than, then we do one thing or the other. I'm glad you're enjoying your Ben & Jerry ice cream. Yeah, I think I want to do the following. I'm going to do an on update. I'm going to change this to be based on an update. When we take damage, we are going to have instead, we'll also have a second variable here called target damage. Like this. And we're just going to set this variable. We're just going to take it. We're going to say, okay, when we take damage, we're just going to set our target damage like that. Now, this loop, then we're going to move this into our update. Let me move this away so I can grab all this. This loop is going to become an if. All right, so on update, rather than having a while loop, we're going to have an if statement. I suppose, yeah, so if our current damage is less than, this needs to be an if statement. If we're going to say if our current damage is less than our target damage, is that right? If our current damage is less than our target damage, yeah, so current damage is what we're currently displaying on the screen. Then we're going to go ahead and decrease it by 1. Okay. We want to always have this show our current damage. So we're going to take our on update, and our on update is just always going to do this. We don't need to wait anymore because it's happening every frame anyway. Maybe pull some of this over to make it a little less. I don't know how to do that. Let's make sure our damage still goes down. Take some damage. There it goes. Okay. But now, if it's during that frame, perfect. During that frame, we can add another one of these that says, okay, well, if it's not, right, so we have this if here. We're gonna do one more that's just like this. Lance with another hat. Let's get another hat in here. Lance, I think you've done like 4 hats. This might even be 5 hats. 4 hats. I haven't been going long enough for you to possibly do 5. Is that hat number 3? It's at least number 3. Impressive number of hats you've done here. All right, pull this up, pull this over. Ooh. Just 3 today? Had a lot of hats today. We've been going for a while though. All right, so this one's going to be greater. Okay. Boom. If it's greater than our target damage, we want to subtract 1. Subtract. One. Like that. So I think now it'll go both ways. It is kind of cool to be able to have multiple on updates. I suppose if you made a bunch of different components, it would work that way too. All right, take some damage. Make our score go up. Boom, boom, boom. We click the restart. There it is. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Captain Starlight. I didn't come up with it. I think Tafaz suggested Captain Starlight. Someone else did. I was gonna call it scripting space game or something like that. Captain Starlight is a great name for it. Yeah. Right. It is sad that we can't hit things that are all the way over there. Yeah. So we got a little thing here. All right. This is essentially a full game. Captain Star-Lord. There we go. There we go. One thing that can be cool, let's change this one more time. Captain Star-Lord. I'm gonna make the damage bar start not filled up. I'm gonna start our player, I think when we start our hang on. It didn't work. Our player here. Can we start with 100 damage? I want it to start empty. Why is it starting full? I don't know why it starts full. Let's go look at our damage bar. Current damage. Let's start our current damage at 100. That's what it is. And then we'll set our target damage to 100 as well. All right, when you start the game. Oh, I love that. So now we can add things like ship repairs. You can get repairs if you touch something, it'll repair your ship. Oh, this is cool. Having a lot of fun with this. We have a pause menu. We're gonna do this. Saw, enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out. Enjoy your YouTube. Enjoy your YouTube, my friend. All right, let's publish this, or let's actually build it. I want to see what the web build process looks like. I want to see what the web build process looks like here. I'm curious because web build takes so long. Yeah, we can rate iRedDev. Thank you for the suggestion. We'll rate iRedDev. That's a great idea. Let's do a build here. I'm going to do a WebGL. It's going to take a little while to build, so probably the first time, but I'm curious if I switch the code. Oh, I'm not on WebGL here. Let's do a commit first before I accidentally break everything. Commit. I don't have my phone here. I hope I'm not missing anything important. I don't know where my phone is. Commit. This is a feature add scrolling score / damage bar. Push that up. We're gonna switch this platform. We're gonna start a build. I'm gonna see if we can publish this to itch.io. And then I'm gonna build. I want to write a whole. I want to write a whole. Looks like it's gonna build really fast. Oh no, this is switching. This isn't building. It's just switching platforms. Like, wow, that's going quick. Been having fun. I'm quite pleased with it. Cannot play while the editor is re-importing assets. There are some C# scripts in here. There's one C# script, so I'm not going to modify. I'm really curious modifying the scripts, the visual scripts, how quickly the build will go on a second attempt if I don't add any C# code. All right, but we're going to take a quick break once I start that build. Reloading domain. Completing domain. It looks like it's bad. CodeMonk, I was saying that for collaboration, it looks horrific. It looks horrific. I'll show you it. It looks terrible. I don't think I want to use visual scripting if I was working on a team where there were lots of people making changes to the visual scripts. I think it's going to be horrible. All right, let's try building here. Not as terrible as Captain's Face. True. Kavadritisk, welcome back to the stream. Builds. And we'll put this in our WebGL build here. I think if I just select this, it'll do it. All right, we're going to build. We're going to take a quick break. When I come back, we're going to make some changes. We're going to rebuild it. So I'm gonna see how much time it takes. It'll tell us at the end. But I got to take a break. We're going to go get ourselves some more tea, get ourselves some more water. We're going to probably go for another 30-ish minutes, just testing some stuff out. Hang tight, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coder will return. All right, we just finished building. It took 614 seconds. Thank you so much for your patience. One thing I forgot to do, and I was noticing it, is it was compressing it. I forgot to turn compression off. So I'm slightly worried that this is going to cause an issue. Parsazari, thank you for following me today now. Parsazari, welcome to the captain's crew. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. I'm going to turn off this compression. I also want to switch to it's be 960 by 540 and then PWA. So there's a couple things I wanted to change. I'm gonna do a rebuild here. I'm hoping this won't cause a big difference in the build time. We're gonna try it. Congratulations, Coding Chemist, welcome in. Yeah, man, it's been an interesting endeavor. Let's see how long it takes to build now. So, man, if this takes another 10 minutes, usually it's much faster. I didn't change any scripts. Okay, it's gonna be much faster. All right, 21 seconds. So the question is, if I modify one of my visual scripts, so if I were to modify the C# code, it has to recompile it all and it takes forever. So the question is, do the visual scripts, let's test to make sure this worked first as well. Let's come into our builds. Let's start a server. So I'm in this folder here. Start a server. We're gonna open it up here. Didn't create an index page, which is interesting. Oh, I went to the wrong. All right, .NET serve. I went to the wrong folder. All right. So we made a thing. Okay. Coding Chemist, how the heck have you been? It's great to see you. Great to have you here. All right, so it seems to work. The scaling is definitely not working. Did I not? I think I may not have set up the game screen to scale properly. I'll have to fix that. Anyway, it's scaling in a weird way. But Lord Mopa, I'm winning. There's so much winning. Lord Mopa, how you doing? Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're just testing out some visual scripting here. Oh, I'm sorry. The music's probably crazy loud. Maybe not. So we got that. We have the game over. We have to fire to restart. We have the health coming back. The objects don't scale. The UI is scaling in properly. That's what I meant. The UI. This stuff is not scaling correctly. Yeah, so it's like I don't know exactly what's going on with that. Why it's not scaling the way I want it to, but it's not. I'll have to fix that. What I want to check in though is my build time if I modify a visual script. So this CodeMonk, this will give us a little bit of information on whether or not the visual scripts are being compiled. Is if I modify a visual script, does it drastically change our build time? Modifying a C# script does. Congratulations on your new job. Yeah, so Jormunder, we can't avoid objects by changing the window size, but it makes the screen not visible, which is disappointing. What I need to do is test it on free aspect here. So free aspect causes some issues. So I'll need to have the screen scale better. I'll have to play with something. I'm not sure exactly what I'll do, but the screen, I'm gonna make the screen scale differently. Let's modify a script and see if the compilation is the compilation or the build speed drastically changes. So I'm not sure exactly what I want to change. But maybe we can add in a new script. But yeah, we're using all the visual scripting stuff. I'm wondering what to change or maybe add a new thing. Hang on, let's just do an on our game. Here, we can do this on our game controller, which is called something silly. Game controller is called show game over. Let's rename that script. It's going to be game controller. Or game controller. Let's just add an on start. And we'll just add in a node that is a debug.log. Like this. And we'll add in a message to it. Yeah, I'm going longer. We're promoting Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam today. All this month, we'll be doing a lot of off-schedule streaming to try and get the word out to people who would normally not see the stream or don't see the stream all that often. Saw, you're so close. You're so close. We'll make a string literal here to say started. Okay. Pass that in. Now when I run it, I should get started out my console. I have no idea. Google might know. All right, let's try building and see. I'm curious if this is going to... Oh, there was a whole visual scripting analysis there. Oh no. Oh, I was really hoping we're going to find out. It's doing IL2CPP. It does look... Oh, this is disappointing. I really was hoping the web builds would be way faster. Maybe they will be, because it's certainly not 21 seconds fast. So CodeMonk, you seem to be correct here. I should write my own WASM compiler. You seem to be correct here, CodeMonk, that they are compiling the visual scripts. They're not interpreted at runtime. So when I do an actual build here, they're doing a compilation process. I saw a whole thing in there, and now it has to relink all this stuff together. If they were just interpreting it, this would not take me any time to... The build would be instant. It'd be 20 seconds, 21 seconds. Instant and 21 seconds are very, very different numbers, but... So there's part of me that's disappointed by this because it takes so long to build, and there's part of me that's like, oh, that's cool. This shouldn't affect performance all that much compared to writing your own code. That said, I don't know. Exactly, more performant at runtime, which is clearly something that Unity is very, tries very hard to do. And so, yeah, it will be more performant at runtime, way more performant at runtime. So we're just going to wait. Hopefully this doesn't take 10 minutes. I don't know if I can be here 10 minutes just saying that. Okay, while this is going, we're going to advertise Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam one more time. Folks, for anyone who doesn't know, Captain Coder Learn You a Game Jam is coming up. Our whole point for streaming so much this month is to let people spread the word about Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. But I'm going to let this guy tell you, because otherwise I'll ramble for way too long. And this is Hello and
little more
welcome to
concise.
Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. And Captain Coder wants you to learn something new about game dev, whether it's your first time programming, whether it's the first time doing pixel art, whether it's the first time making music, whether it's the first time working on a team. I want you to learn something new because in this community, we learn and code and grow together as a crew. In this game jam, the goal isn't to make the best game possible. The goal is to learn as much as possible, and I believe you can do it. And when you submit a game to this game jam, you are encouraged to also submit a devlog, blog, or vlog describing the resources you used, what you learned, and how others can utilize it. That said, just by submitting a devlog, vlog, or blog, you are entered to win $50. We're going to be doing 5 drawings here. 5 unique people will win $50 just by learning something new and sharing it with the community. Additionally, myself and 2 other guest judges will be reviewing all of the devlog, vlogs, or blogs to see which one we think is the most educational, and one beautiful person is going to win $250, and it could be you just for learning something. So join the Discord, check us out on Twitch, and we hope you have a wonderful time with this game jam. We'll see you there. So CodeMonk, one of the reasons the build is taking so long is because I'm doing a WebGL build. That's a big part of it, is we're compiling to WASM. Just use Box 2D Physics Engine. That's what Unity uses. Plus Captain's WASM compiler, WebGL to make the game. Easy peasy. We'll just, so much easier than using a built-in engine. But as compiling for Windows Mac, it would compile super fast. When you compile for WebGL, it has to do IL to CPP. So it takes intermediate language, the C# intermediate stuff, compile it to C++, and then compile it to WASM. So there's a bunch of things in that build pipeline specifically for WebGL that makes it take forever. So it looks like we don't escape that by using these scripts like this. So modifying these for web builds. I've done some web builds on other platforms and it's not that bad. Yeah, it's because of the whole pipeline they do. They don't compile straight to WASM. That's the issue. So there's a bunch of things related to using Mono that they don't have an AOT. C#.NET now does, but there isn't an AOT compiler that goes straight to it. It's specifically Mono converting to WASM. They have to do, there's a process. You have to compile to C#. You have to compile, you have to compile to .NET. .NET gets compiled to C++. Then the C++ gets compiled to WASM, and then there's a whole optimization pipeline. They could probably have the Mono runtime in WASM, maybe. We have a .NET runtime in WASM now. So I'm expecting great gains in this process in when we switch to using the .NET CLR. All right. We're getting close to that. We're getting really close to that. All right, what do I need to do here? Yes. Yeah, so that's why the WebGL builds are so awful. So awful. All right, I got to get out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's get a raid going. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's great to have you. I think we're gonna raid IRAD Dev. I think that's what we said. Raid Pirate Software to promote the jam, maybe. You know what? Maybe I will. Is Pirate Software even on? That feels, it's a Kill Knight sponsored. Maybe we will raid Pirate Software. Jormunder, do you think we should? I said I was gonna raid IRAD Dev. Do you think he's playing Bruce Malt? Welcome in. I think you should for Eyes on the Jam. That's a good idea. I never raid Pirate Software because it just has so many people. It feels a little bit odd, but maybe. All right, Jormunder, since Tomate Salts is a good one as well. I always feel weird. I raided Thor a few times back when he only had like 300-400 people. Tomate Salat. Oh yeah, I know. So like, let's do it. I just feel like I haven't been over there in so long. All right. Okay, let's try it. Jormunder, we're gonna do it. I feel a little bit weird about it, but we'll try. Sometimes I gotta get out of my comfort zone to promote my stuff, right? All right. Have a beautiful day, everyone. When you get over there, Captain, learn you, happy Wednesday. Captain wants you to learn you a game jam. All right, when we get over there, I'm gonna need your guys' help. We're gonna say happy Wednesday. Captain wants you to learn you a game jam. And folks, when we get in there, copy paste that, learn you a game jam. Thank you guys so much for all of this. Please copy and paste that. I usually don't do raid messages because I feel like we have so many lurkers that it just doesn't happen, and then like maybe 3 people do it. But if you're here, copy paste that message. We're gonna go over there. I'd really appreciate it. Share the word with everyone about Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam, folks. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. We'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be back tomorrow. I haven't been streaming on Thursdays, but we'll be back tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Have a beautiful day, everybody. Absolutely love you all. See you then. Bye-bye.